As many of you already are aware, the general goal of the ESREA Research Network for Adult Educators is to provide input on how to improve the conditions required for the personal and professional development of adult educators, thereby increasing the attractiveness of their profession and thus strengthening the concept of quality in adult education in Europe. This can be accomplished by requiring some insight into key issues and challenges confronting adult educators and related staff, as well as highlighting critical areas of action, current trends, best practices, and relevant policies. However, most of you may be unaware of how this network came to be. ESREA, the European Society for Research in the Education of Adults, has established its name and reputation by providing a European-wide forum for all researchers engaged in adult education and adult learning through network meetings, seminars and conferences, a triennial research conference, and publications since 1991. This would not have been possible without the support of its members, and especially without the existence of the ESREA thematic research networks, which encourage collaboration among active researchers in the field in a variety of ways, most notably by promoting an interdisciplinary dialogue on a wide range of interesting social science topics.
Hello, my name is Susanne Latke. I'm working as research associate at the German Institute for Adult Education in Bonn, and I am one of the 4 current co-conveners of the ReNAdET network. ReNAdET is all about teachers and trainers in adult education, and thus about one of the most important key aspects in adult education at all. Most people would probably spontaneously agree that teachers have a key role to play in ensuring the quality of learning opportunities, facilitating successful learning processes, and effectively supporting learners in their development. But despite this great importance, there was, and to some extent still is, little secure knowledge available about teachers and trainers in adult education, about their career pathways, their professional identities, their professional tasks, the competencies and skills they would need, and the ways how they would develop and acquire these competencies and skills. Why is that so? Well, one of the reasons is certainly that this group is so difficult to grasp. The field of adult education is so complex and heterogeneous, with so many different types of providers or learning settings. And the people working in this field as teachers or trainers are as diverse as the providers. Most of them work part-time on a fee basis or on a voluntary basis. Only a small number work full-time or have a permanent employment contract. There is no standard pathway into the profession. Entry is scarcely regulated, and if so, mostly in the formal parts of adult education only. Many adult educators came to their job as career changers. For many, teaching adults is only a sideline activity that they do alongside their main job. So many adult educators have also not undergone special training to prepare them for the task of teaching adults, although many of them are actually highly qualified, holding, for example, a university degree in their field of expertise. Teaching adults is a challenging activity, but it can also be highly satisfying and fulfilling. The ReNAdET network, by conducting research and promoting international exchange, aims to shed light on and increase our understanding of adult educators and their work in Europe. And by doing so, it also aims to contribute to improving the conditions under which adult educators work, to increasing their social recognition, and to enhancing the opportunities for their personal and professional development.
Hello everyone, my name is Larissa Yogi. I'm also convener of this network, and I would like to share with you some thoughts about our meetings and conferences. As you know, that network was founded in 2008, and we met as network every second year. The annual conferences have been organized from 2009, 1 year after we organized our network. And in total, we have organized 6 conferences, and currently the 7th conference currently going under preparation. Our conferences were focused on different issues related to adult educators and their professionalism. Our conferences take place usually and normally at the beginning of autumn in October, and our participants come from all over the world. Our aim as convener of this network to give open space and possibility for dialogue for everyone who will come and participate in our conferences.
When it comes to professional development, communities of practice play a special role. But in order to emphasize what is special about this research network, I prefer the old concept of the invisible college, the small community of interacting scholars. This invisible college becomes visible at our conferences. It helps us to think outside the box of one's own national cultures and career path. This integration into larger communities also supports us as individual researchers and relieves us. Every meeting was a wonderful experience for me.
My name is Maria Gravani, and I'm one of the 4 current co-conveners of the ReNAdET network. I've entered the network as a member of a new academic in 2008 when it was founded. I'd like to focus on the contribution of the network to the support of new and early researchers, drawing on my personal experience. The ReNAdET network offers an international critical forum for early career academics and PhD students to work with highly experienced researchers, to debate and exchange ideas, explore methodological issues, and discuss research projects on the new challenges that adult educators, learners, and citizens are facing in a rapidly changing European context. This is implemented via a wide range of actions and activities initiated by the ReNAdET network, such as the dedicated spaces at conferences for new researchers, where they can present their work and get feedback. Also the adoption of the learning culture cafes at conferences, an excellent way to share best practices, encourage new researchers, and giving them the space to meet and share ideas and experiences. The organized workshops, the involvement of new researchers in joint publications. So far, the network has published 3 edited volumes in reputable publishing houses with the participation of early career researchers, and it's preparing currently 1 more edited volume. Also, it has published conference proceedings out of almost every conference in which new researchers are participating. The support of new researchers is also implemented through a limited number of bursaries from ESREA's main budget, available to support PhD students to participate in conferences, summer or winter schools organized by ESREA and others. Last but not least, new researchers are supported through the establishment of a support system and provision of career advice and guidance offered to them from experienced researchers in the network. To sum up, those activities are all intended to support early career researchers and PhD students in the network in building relationships both with peers and with more experienced scholars, and building, of course, communities of practice and research. Thank you.
Well, hope you enjoyed the video. It took us some time to do that, and that won't be possible without the support of the team of the Open University of Cyprus. And publicly, I would like to thank them for supporting us, for supporting ESREA and the network in this, and also for supporting us today for the conference. And I'm very much delighted to begin the conference by saying that on behalf of the network, the ReNAdET network, and the program, the master's program in adult in continuing education and lifelong learning, we are very much delighted to have you here in this online conference. The title of which is Adult Educators in Time of Crisis, Wellbeing Changes in Identity and Professional Practice in European Adult Education. As it was mentioned before, this is the conference of the network takes place every 2 years, and this is the 7th biennial meeting and international conference of our network. Since its establishment in 2009, the principle of the basic principle of our meetings is to bring together researchers, scholars, and expert practitioners in the field of adult education and vocational education and training to present and exchange ideas on the roles of the adult educators and vocational trainers in Europe, as well as to discuss issues relevant to the professional status, identity, learning, and development. This year's conference hosts as speakers academics, researchers, and doctoral students, as well as master's students from different universities and institutions across the world. They come from Greece, Cyprus, Australia, India, Italy, Sweden, Germany, Finland, Estonia, some of them. And they will present the research and work and will discuss with us today, with all of us. I'm also very much delighted that in this conference are participating actively as active learners and participants, our IMASC students. The IMASC is an international master's in adult education for social change that the Open University, along with other universities, run. It offers a joint degree. It is funded by the Erasmus Mundus program and delivered and awarded by the University of Glasgow, which is the coordinator of the program, the University of Malta, Tallinn University, the Open University of Cyprus, and University in Maynooth in Ireland. The students, with the support of Professor Anja Häkkinen from the University of Tampere, who's a visiting professor in Tallinn at the moment, where our students are based, they will share their experiences and reflect on the presentation of the conference. And at this point, I would like to stop and pass on the talk to George Zarifis. It's over to you, George, and thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you everyone for being here today. Now, this year's conference, as Maria already suggested, is an extraordinary conference that focuses on the impact of crisis on adult educators' practices, roles, and well-being. And when we refer to crisis, well, essentially, we instantly refer to COVID, SARS-CoV-2, but essentially, we can also suggest other types of crises like natural disasters, health pandemics like the one we're going through, social crisis, political crisis, or economic disruptions. So what we want to look at is at the experiences adult educators have gone through or are going through, and try to capture the importance of these experiences and learn from them. These experiences might also provide some prospects for research. In my personal opinion, it is fascinating to see how far learning and work shifts towards online and distance modalities once the world begins to recover from COVID-19. We'll carry on. So the themes that we're trying to cover in this year's event is to see to what extent the current health crisis affected the status, the roles, and the practices of adult education professionals, what adult education's place is in responding to the massive reorganization of the European workforce. This is a global issue, of course, but here in Europe, there is a lot of discussion on that. In what state will we find our universities and adult education centers? Okay, I think the majority of us working in universities in particular, we already see the effects of COVID in the way we provide our courses and the way the infrastructure operates. Are we going to offer more online courses from now on or increase the proportion of digital literacy skills as part of our learning programs? How do adult educators themselves respond and cope with this situation? Are there any freelancers or independent training specialists well protected? And of course, what will the impact of the crisis be on different service modalities? So these are some of the issues we're going to cover in this event. And I pass on the baton now to Susanne. She might have a more interesting thing to say to you. Just one final thing for me. Please don't forget to visit our website. Okay, I just put the link in the chat. There you can find information about ESREA as well, but also about our events and publications within ESREA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Good morning also from my side. I'm excited to welcome you all as one of the 4 co-conveners of the ReNAdET network, and also on behalf of my own institution, the German Institute for Adult Education, which is a research institute focusing its research specifically on the field of adult education and learning. And we have been a member of the ReNAdET network since it was founded in 2009, because the topic was and is being considered by us as an especially important one. ReNAdET focuses on the group of adult educators and trainers in adult education and vocational training. And with this, it focuses on one important group of actors who has a key role in ensuring that high quality learning opportunities are provided to as many adults as possible, including those most in need. ReNAdET aims to provide input on how to improve the situation of this group, on how to improve the conditions for their professional and personal development, for their own well-being and self-confidence and identity. it also helps to enhance the visibility and attractiveness of the profession of adult educators. And it wants to support the awareness of the need for quality and professionalism in this field, which is so unregulated and diverse in most countries. So within the ReNAdET network, scholars, researchers, including young researchers, as Maria has pointed out, and PhD students, but also expert practitioners join to share their ideas and findings, to gain and provide inspiration and insights on key issues and challenges related to the situation of adult educators. And it is also one aim of ReNAdET to highlight current trends and burning issues related to the situation of adult educators, to point out essential areas of action, to identify good practices, and ideally also to provide input to policymakers to inform their decisions to improve the situation of the adult educator group. And to that end, as you have heard, ReNAdET organizes network meetings every 2 years, where scholars and practitioners from within and from outside the network can meet, present, and discuss their work, and possibly find ideas and collaboration opportunities for future research and activities. This meeting is the 7th meeting since the inauguration of the network. We have received many exciting paper proposals for this event and were able to put together an attractive program, I think. And now I pass over to Larissa to give us a more detailed introduction to the structure of today's conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and many regards from Tallinn University. Tallinn University is the home for 3 programs, bachelor program for adult education, master program for adult education, and also we are hosting international program, which is Erasmus, International Erasmus program titled Adult Education for Social Changes. And also we are home for very important programs related to youth educators and youth work, which is very close to our field. And we are really also the member of ESREA for many years, and I'm also one of the convener of this network. So I'm really eager to introduce our sessions. We decided to have one-day conference, so just based on the situation which is around us, and really try to form the day so that each session has often interesting focus. We will start with the first session titled Identity, Perception and Experience of Adult Educators in the Time of Crisis, and there will be 4 presentations in the first session, and the session will be moderated by George and Susanna. And after the presentation, we will have 20 minutes discussion based on your reflection and based on the presentation. Then the second session related to a bit more complex topics, and we put together adult learners, educators, and adulthood context. And this session will be moderated by myself and Maria, and also the structure will be the same, that we continue the session running discussion and listening reflection of all of you. The third session will be moderated by Susanna and George, and it's titled as Professional Practice, and we wanted to put together those presentations in which scholars just paid attention to adult educators and learners in the virtual learning space. And then our day will come a bit on the last part of our seminar, and it will be the session moderated by our colleague from Tampere University, Anja Heikkinen, And our students from International Program Adult Education for Social Change will be main agents here, and we are also looking forward to listen them and to hear their reflection based on the day. And final part of our conference today is open discussion, and you are all welcome to participate and share your reflection, and also you are welcome to share ongoing project at your own institutions. So I'm also looking very much forward and hope that everybody enjoy and find something very important from this day. So Maria, I will pass now the floor to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Larissa and Susanna and George, for the beautiful introductions. And can I ask those who are participating at the moment if they would like to ask anything to the 4 presenters? Maybe you have a question with regards to the conference, you have a question with regards to the network, or you would like to have any clarification on what was said so far. Is there any question?
Hi, Maria. So can you clarify that the mistake with the time? So now it's correct. So that it was.
Yes, that's a very good point, Larissa. And thank you very much for raising this at the beginning of the conference. The conference will end at 3 and not 5 p.m. because by mistake we've written down that the discussion will last from 1:55 to 4:15, I think. The discussion will last from 1:55 to 2:15. And then we have the session with our IMASC students, which can be a bit longer, depending on their needs and on their reflections. Then we have a very short session, a discussion really concerning the dissemination of projects. And we have the final session for 10 or 15 minutes where we're going to reflect on what was sent or presented. So roughly around 10 minutes after 3, we are done. Which is much better because this is going to be a long day and people might be tired and they deserve to go home after a big day and have a glass of wine Friday evening. So thank you, Larissa, for raising the point. So any other question? If there is no question, then I propose that we move to the first session because we have all the 4 presenters here with us. And I will pass on to George and Susanna, who are the coordinators, the moderators of the first session. And we are just on time. So it's over to you, George and Susanna.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maria. I will present the titles of the papers and the authors, the presenters. And I suggest that Susanna moderates the discussion after that. Now, in this first session, entitled Identity, Perceptions and Experience of Adult Educators in the Time of Crisis, we have 4 presentations. The first presentation has a title, Activist Identity Formation of Adult Educators, Oriented to Social Justice and Citizenship Education for Democracy and Social Change at Odysseus Solidarity School in Greece. Biographical research. The presenter is Evangelia Koutoulianou from the Open University of Cyprus. Evangelia, when you're ready, you can share your screen if you have a PowerPoint presentation. And you can start.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here and having the opportunity to present my PhD research project. Let me introduce myself. I'm Evangelia Kutoulianou, and I am a PhD student in the School of Humanities and Social Sciences of the Open University of Cyprus doctoral program in adult education. Moreover, I'm working as a primary school teacher in Greece. The purpose of my presentation is to present a pilot study which took place as part of my PhD research. Its purpose is to investigate the identity construction of adult educators oriented to social justice and citizenship education for democracy and social change at Odysseus Solidarity School in Greece and the impact of such identity on the educational design of the program delivered in the school. In particular, the participants in the survey are adult educators who are teaching voluntarily at Odysseus Solidarity School in Thessaloniki. Odysseus is a school where migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and repatriated adults can learn the Greek language to acquire the Greek citizenship. One can also attend courses of English, French, German, Russian, and Albanian language completely free of charge.
Sorry, Evangelia, may I interrupt you?
Yes.
We do not see your screen, your slides moving. Can you switch to the presentation mode?
I am to the presentation mode. Wait. Now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment. Odysseus is not only limited to language teaching and certification, but is also a place for socialization, cultural exchange, expression, and creativity. It is completely supported and run by volunteers who embody the values of social solidarity and justice. Its primary aim is to create the space where students can perform a critical attitude towards social inequality. Therefore, in the context of this particular educational structure, I intend to explore, first, if there are contributing factors such as prior life experiences and ideology responsible for the educator's identity construction characterized by social justice orientation and active citizenship. Second, the impact of such identity on the educational design of the program at school. And lastly, what type of citizens these educators opt to mobilize through the provided education. Regarding the methodological paradigm for the ongoing research, a qualitative research that frames its purpose in the context of social constructivism and critical theory is adopted. In particular, the biographical approach will be used, which in the field of adult education can contribute to a deeper understanding of life experiences in specific environments, while creates an egalitarian relationship between researcher and narrative actors, always within specific historical, social, and cultural framework. Since identity is a central issue, I have to mention that I adopt the social constructivism argument that identities have social origin, as they are social constructions that are structured through the mediation of speech. Consequently, identity construction is an emancipatory act, since everything in the society is always rooted in a specific historical, cultural, and social context. Now, my presentation will focus on the recent pilot study and the issues raised. The narrative actors presented in the current presentation are two adult educators who provide their services voluntarily at Odysseus Solidarity School. In order to secure anonymity and confidentiality in the research, the pseudonyms Maria and John are used respectively. From a first analysis of the narratives, two common themes are identified: life experiences prior to Odysseus and the impact of their identity on the design of the courses they taught. Moving on to the pilot analysis, Maria is a woman in her 40s, married with a little daughter. She lives in Thessaloniki and works as a Greek language teacher at a secondary school while she is a PhD student in the field of adult education. She has been teaching voluntarily at Odysseus since 2018. The second participant in the research, John, is an unmarried man in his 40s who, like Maria, he lives and works as a Greek language teacher at a secondary school in Thessaloniki. He is a dedicated book reader, and for the last 4 years, he has been a book reviewer in the e-magazine called Marginalia. John has been providing his services at Odysseus for the last 14 years, and since 2009, he has been the chairman of the school. Based on Maria's autobiographical narrative, it seems that since her childhood, her parents and relatives have influenced her to a great extent for constructing an identity oriented to social justice and active citizenship. For example, she says, "I always remember my grandmother helping her old godmother by visiting her every afternoon for many, many years to clean her house and give her food, without anyone asking her to do so, and of course, free of charge." Moreover, her parents acted as good role models for her by helping a young abandoned boy and by advising Maria and her siblings to be respectful, non-discriminatory, and fair. As it says, in our neighborhood, there was a child abandoned by his parents to his grandmother, who lived in the village. The grandmother wasn't very well. She had her problems, and of course, she could not take care of the child. This child grew up thanks to the care and concern of the village people. Many times we had supported this boy because he was my brother's friend, and as far as I remember, my parents were sending him money for many years, even though he had become an adult. Last but not least, Maria mentioned her experience during her father's illness with some volunteers helping him before his death. After that, she wanted to take part in that team and do the same, but one volunteer advised her not to do so because she was emotionally charged. However, since then her priority is to support others free of charge. I've got the volunteers' words in my mind subconsciously. And after that, I'm always trying to support people free of charge to return the good. On the other hand, John's identity has been influenced a lot by the left-wing ideology. As a teenager, he was hanging out with a group of leftist university students. These leftists reopened the municipal library in a suburb of Thessaloniki, where they were discussing political and social issues from the left-wing perspective. John characterizes this experience in his narrative as being revealing. In high school, I had a revealing experience. I became friends with a group of university students who were older than me. They reopened the municipal library. They were people with social concerns, people who stood out with their ideas, opinions, and ideology. Since then, John had always been taking part in left-wing collectives, protests, and marches, and he has been an elected municipal councillor in the municipality of Thessaloniki since 2019. It is worth saying that literature review identifies that prior life experiences, the influence of relatives and friends, ideology, and active participation in actions oriented to social justice contribute to the formation of an identity oriented to social justice and active citizenship. The same contributing factors have emerged from the current pilot study. Let's move on to the second theme about the impact of educators' identity on the design of their sessions aiming at the acquisition of citizenship by students. Both narrators have been influenced by critical pedagogy and Freudian ideas and believe that through learners' full engagement in actions held by Odysseus, they will become able to unveil their oppression, come out of their silence, fight for their rights through praxis, become emancipated, and transform their society. Maria tries to render learners as active citizens by creating contexts of questioning for her students and discuss with them various issues of public concern relating to their daily lives. In this way, they may become more critical conscious, find the deeper causes of social problems, and act in a more active way to solve them. Similarly, John provides opportunities to practice citizenship at school and organizes it in a way that offers opportunities for learners to experience citizenship, as according to him, Odysseus should act as a socio-political space. So they both try to raise students' awareness and consciousness for social issues by asking them to reflect on newspaper articles and literary texts. Their personal experience and opinion are always of high importance during the course. It is understood that their course has political and social implications. According to Johnson and Morris, critical citizenship education is based on the promotion of a common set of shared values such as critical thinking, tolerance, diversity, human rights, social justice, and democracy to enable students imagine a better society. And as Freire says, it is especially the poor and vulnerable people that need a pedagogy of hope to unlock an alternative future in order to live together in harmony in diverse societies. From the autobiographical narratives, seems that these educators have the same goal. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Evangelia, for your presentation. We move on to the next presentation now. The title of the presentation is Collective Voices from the Field, Social Positions and Professional Practices of Adult and Youth Educators in Non-Formal Learning Settings Before and During the COVID Pandemic Situation. The presenters are Larissa Yogi, Ilona Evelyn Ramnala, and Christy Euristo from the School of Educational Sciences of the Tallinn University.
Well, thank you, George. Yes, we are three of us presenting our findings from, let's say, from two research, and we are really, really eager to present our first findings with the first listeners. And the title really focusing not only on the stories, but on the voices. And the voice, how we understand the voice is a reconstruction of the real persons behind to this research. So first, we would like to introduce ourselves. So just you will see who we are. And we are three of us who are working in the field of adult education as practitioners and also as scholars and university teachers teaching students in this field. So, and just we counted how many years we are working in this field. So it was a surprise for us as well. So it's altogether 151 years. And it makes sense to listen our educators from this point of view. So I will start with a short introduction related to theoretical framework of our research. First, we really combined three theories, and based on the three theories, field and positioning theory, position exchange theory, and identity theory, we combine these three theories to find out what is real social positions, not only find out, but also to understand what is social position it is, and what kind of social positions around us in our field. The term positioning involves concept of self and identity, and because of this, our theoretical framework is a combination from three theories. According to the changes around us, the roles and position must change. And it means that we, as the practitioners or scholars who are working in this field, so we definitely reconstruct the sense of self, understanding of self, and also we reconstruct understanding who we are and how we interact in this field. Identity is really unique, and it's, let's say, social abstraction, but it contains a self or sense, and also it's based on different social, personal, interactive, and reflexive position. Also, if we would like to a bit focus more on the social position, that we can say that social positions exist in different situations, not only in social situations, but also in educational and training situations. And based on the previous research, we can say that also social position includes future perspectives, roles, values, and beliefs. Also, there are research which stated that the social positions may be stable, but in the time of changes, there are changes in the position also. And social positions have different aspects and different modes. So, and now we will move on the empirical part of our research.
Yes, and I will very quickly explain to you that the research had two stages, and I will introduce you some of the research results from the first stage. As you see, we started already in 2019, and we had focus groups interviews with practitioners from non-formal learning field. And today we will focus on 5 focus groups out of the 17 with adult and youth educators. But the stage 2 is what we started during pandemic, and it had 6 individual interviews. Those results will be introduced by Christine. So the first research was held together with our colleagues from Tallinn University, and we really looked into how practitioners within non-formal learning field, how they construct non-formal learning and how they use it in their everyday practice. But for this research we're introducing you today, we are really focusing on how adult and youth educators construct their social positions in non-formal learning settings. And very quickly, because the time is so limited, the results from the first stage the thematic analysis brought us to 4 main positions adult and youth educators construct. They see themselves as noticer and creator, partner, supporter of development, and confident questioner. And as in the literature and previous research is also described, we detected 4 modes within these positions, a reflective position, interactive position, but we also detected emotional and rational position. And I will explain it with this figure. So adult and youth educators see themselves as a noticer and creator of a learner. The learner is the most important for them. They, and this is mostly the emotional mode of the position. They see the interest and needs of the learner. They create a learning environment according to this, and they use creative methods. And then they proceed to the process in the partnership, which is mostly the interactive mode of the position, where they work together with the learner and on the equal basis with the learner. They give the responsibility to the learner. They trust the learner. And then comes the position of a supporter of development, where mostly the rational mode is present, but of course the interactive and others as well, where adult and youth educators, they try to first of all connect their practice with real life situation, everyday life, and they bring in the practical things. But on the other hand, they also see the expectations of the society and community, and they try to answer to this, not always being happy about it, but still they realize it. And then the 4th position is really about reflexivity. We really found out that youth and adult educators are very reflective practitioners. They ask critical questions from themselves. They are very actually bold about what they do. They appreciate what they do. And they want, maybe this is also something we can talk later with the COVID situation. They really want to pay more attention on the self-care and professional development. And thank you from me. So it's Christy's time.
Yes, hello, and I will present the first findings of the follow-up research. Follow-up research investigates the social positions of educators, the changes in the positions and challenges in professional practice during the pandemic. In 2021, 6 individual semi-structured interviews were conducted with adult and youth educators. In data analysis, a process of portrayal by Goodson was used. A process comprises 5 stages, starting from thorough listening of interviews and reading of transcripts in order to identify emerging themes. Through open coding and thematic analysis, emerged data is interpreted and in its personal and social cultural context, leading to the creation of portrayal story. As a findings of identified positions, we present examples of 2 stories from Maria and Madel. Maria has 7 years experiences working in the youth work as educator. Position of noticer and creator was clearly confirmed, whereas both the interactive and reflexive dimension were present. Maria's story brings out that initial confusion about organization of one's work in the situation of crisis was quickly replaced by flexibility in methods and by adapting approaches to the needs of young people. Youth-centeredness is a key in her work. During the pandemic, in facilitation of the learning process, the focus switched from subject-specific approach to the emerging needs of young person. Maria had readiness and courage to stay in the background and hand over space, also virtual space, to youngsters, sometimes just to interact among each other and share the feelings. A strong commitment to ethical profession was demonstrated. To do one's job well, even if the expectations from outside are not very high, or there is no clear awareness about the youth work and its opportunities in the community. Madel has been working as adult educator more than 20 years. First and most, an importance of human contact was present in Madel's story, being a companion, an equal and attentive partner for the learner and in the learning process. Creating and holding relationship and emotional safety place, is more important than virtual tools or methods used. In the learning situation, a dialogue and cooperation declares through involvement and engagement of learners. Madel identifies herself as a professional with social mission and therefore also acknowledges the responsibility for the field and her own well-being. So, to conclude.
So yes, very quickly, we can say today that social positions appeared in professional activities, values, beliefs, and reflections of educator. And the position of a noticer, creator, and partner becomes more significant and central during the pandemic. The most valuable roles for all educators is being an equal partner, but as you heard from the Madel story, being a human in the learning process. And we can conclude today that adult and youth educators see their practice as a value-driven practice. And probably during the pandemic, this has become even more crystallized. And one more quote just for you to read from Madel. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Larissa, Ilona, Evelyn, and Christy for your presentation. Now, the next presentation is from Andri Piliri and Maria Gravani from the Open University of Cyprus. The title of their presentation is Adult Educators' Perceptions and Experiences in the Era of Crisis, a case study from Cyprus. Maria and Andri, you can begin.
Thank you, George. The presentation, Andri will go on with the presentation, so I'll be participating in the discussion.
Good morning, my name is Andri Piliri and I am a PhD student at the Open University of Cyprus. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given to present my research, which was contact with Dr. Maria Gravani. Although Cyprus has recently experienced a reconstruction in the adult education sector, actions towards the professionalization of adult learning professionals have been limited. However, some important developments have been made, such as the establishment by the Human Resource Development Authority of Cyprus of the Training of Trainers Network and the system of assessing and certificating trainers working in vocational education. It is also a very important action, the commencement of 2 university postgraduate programs in continuing education and lifelong learning and adult education by a public and a private university aiming at the systematic preparation of adult educator and trainer. The above attempts are considered as insufficient since adult educators have been facing a number of issues in relation to their professional profile. The purpose of the research. The current qualitative research, by giving voice to the experiences and perceptions of adult educators in adult education centers in Cyprus, aims to capture and identify their professional profile and their working conditions during the pandemic. Furthermore, the study attempts to explore any possible obstacles that might hinder the process of professionalization of adult educators working in adult education centers and make suggestions for the improvement of their working status. The present research focuses at adult education centers, which are the main provider of non-formal adult education in Cyprus. They come under the Directorate of Primary Education of the Ministry of Education and Culture. They offer afternoon and evening classes on various subjects in both urban and rural areas, usually on the premises of public schools. They aim at the social, personal, professional skills development of adults aged 15 years old and above. And in particular, the research focuses on one of the 4 adult education centers operating in the island, situated in the semi-rural area of Famagusta. The research questions which are guiding the research, the study, are the following. First, how do participants in the research experience and perceive their professional profile and working conditions? Second, how does the educational context within which the thematic courses operate impact on the process of adult educators' professionalization? And third, what proposals can lead to the improvement of adult educators' working status in adult education centers? A case study is adopted in this research, which aims in an in-depth examination of the phenomenon under study within its earlier life context. As mentioned in the previous slide, the study is located within adult education centers, one of the most significant non-formal programs in Cyprus, and in particular in one center in a specific geographical area, the region of Famagousta. The main units of analysis, the multiple mini cases, are the 3 thematic courses. An instrumental case study is also adopted. 6 subjects were selected, 2 from each of the 3 thematic courses. The thematic courses are considered as the vehicle for providing an in-depth understanding and rich description of participants' experiences, views, and opinions of their professional status. The current qualitative research follows a pluralistic methodological approach combining different methodologies to provide the depth needed to view the phenomenon under study in rich and insightful detail. This bricolage of methodologies consisted the use of Germanic phenomenology in the research design phase, setting the research questions, and developing the research tools and constructivist grounded theory in the phase of data analysis. In-depth semi-structured interviews were conducted during June 2021 through telephone or online due to the restricted measures of COVID-19. Participants in the study were selected according to the purposeful sampling method. 6 adult educators were selected, 3 women and 3 men, 2 from each of the 3 thematic courses. They constitute a diverse group with a variety of educational backgrounds and qualifications and mixed professional pathways. During the stage of analysis, the main process was completed in the spirit of constructivist grounded theory. The first formal process of analysis was related to data and display. This involved first creating tables with the profile of the informants and second indexing participants' responses under the questions asked during the interviews. This process helped to enhance the theoretical sensitivity of the researchers. During initial coding, the transcripted data were analyzed with line-by-line gerunds and some points in vivo codes were used. Through focus coding, the most frequent initial codes were selected or new codes were developed. Finally, through constant comparison method, codes were merged into thematic courses. The first theme revealed, it is related to the professional qualifications and continuing professional development of adult educators. Professional qualifications were explored in terms first of the relevance of their university degree to the subject they teach, and second, in terms of having specific education in adult education and learning. As for content knowledge, 4 out of the 6 adult educators are secondary school teachers who hold a higher education degree. Also, 2 informants from the practical courses have specialized knowledge in the relevant teaching field. As for pedagogical knowledge, the research revealed the lack of academic or other formal qualifications related to adult education, with only one exception. The professional development of adult educators in adult education center is very limited and fragmented. MOEC provides few opportunities for their continuing professional development. It offers a training seminar on andragogy at the beginning of each academic year. The informants argued that MOEC is responsible to undertake their systematic training and development. One adult educator noted, "I think more seminars are needed. We need to know about the adult teaching methods. We don't know them." The next slide presents informants' views on their professional status. All adult educators expressed their dissatisfaction regarding their professional status, which raises a number of issues about their professional and personal well-being. They are not civil servants, they are part-timers and staff working with poorly paid contracts. They are considered as self-employed. They cover their social insurance and other contributions towards the state funds. They experience poor payments, and their work lasts from October to May in best cases. For the remaining months, they cannot receive any unemployment allowance. As for their working conditions, are considered as critical. Adult education centers are located in public school buildings where there is a lack of appropriate infrastructure. The majority of the interviewees were not satisfied with the provision of the facilities in adult education centers. Everyone mentioned the absence of basic technological learning tools such as the cassette player, copier, projector. The lack of facilities and resources was a major challenge to their practice. Another theme revealed is the lack of recognition and support. All the participants in the study agreed that they did not feel that they had the support of adult education centers and that they did not get the recognition they deserved. They expressed feelings of disappointment, tiredness, and talked of having felt marginalized, neglected, under-recognized, and largely unsupported by the centers. The analysis highlighted the idea that adult educators working in adult education centers are a group of professionalizations who have lost their voice. They remain silent and do not claim their rights as professional. A male participant commented, "The trainers are afraid to complain about the challenges they face. They do not want to lose their job. Most of them have families. If they lose their job, how could they survive? So they keep making concessions." Working status during the pandemic. The centers remained closed from March 2020 until October 2021 and did not offer any form of e-learning or distance learning. Almost all the participants in the study faced the fear of unemployment. They were included in the government's financial support plans and received the special allowance. They perceived their occupational status during the pandemic as being precarious and that the situation constituted a threat to their professional and personal well-being. A participant stated, "Due to the situation, we were left without any support, without income. They didn't let us work, nor did they pay us. They gave us a support allowance, but after many months of waiting, for many months we were without income. It was difficult." Some suggestions. A framework for the professional development of adult educators working in adult education centers and in other settings must be set by the state. Adult educators in the centers need to be trained not only in the specific subject they teach, but also in the principles and practices of adult education enterprise. A profession is described by several characteristics among supporting public welfare. This is not the case with adult educators working in the centers. Opposite, the educators perceived that their working conditions are critical. Adult educators argued for the improvement of their working conditions, which will contribute to the recognition as professional teaching staff. The empowerment as professional will be achieved through their professionalization. Using Freire's humanization ideas, professionalization can be interpreted in a way to help adult educators working in the centers change their practice and obtain recognition of their work and their profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andri and Maria, for your presentation. And last but not least, now we go to the final presentation of this first session. It is Evgenia Farina Bigliouri from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Evgenia's presentation has the title Intercultural Competence and Continuing Professional Development, Secondary Teachers' Perceptions of Managing Cultural Diversity and the Role of Training. Evgenia, you can begin.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes. I think the previous one was better. Yeah.
This one?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Here. Well, my name is Evgenia Farina Biliuri. I'm a master's student in continuing education in the University of Thessaloniki, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And my research has the title Intercultural Competence and Continuing Professional Development, Secondary Teachers' Perception of Managing Cultural Diversity and the Role of Training. The multiculturalism of modern societies seems to be not the exception but the rule due to phenomena such as globalization, internationalization, and the increasing movement of populations. In this context, the school is called to manage diversity in an efficient way. The acceptance and recognition of pluralism are the main features of social becoming, and in the recognition of their conditions, the school is called to play a key role. The realization of such a role, however, cannot be fulfilled without the necessary adaptation to the new data of multiculturalism and without overcoming the monocultural and monolingual orientation of education. The role of teacher takes on a new dimension that expands to the communication and interaction with other nations and cultures, and is not limited only to cognitive work. To improve the quality of education, it is necessary to continue teachers' professional development, accepting the fact that teacher significantly determines the execution of the educational work.
Sorry, Eugenia, we cannot hear you very well. Can you move a bit closer to the microphone maybe, or
yes, sure.
Speak a little bit up?
Okay. I think that now you can hear me clearly, maybe.
Well
yes,
so.
Yes, and if you can slow down a bit more, Evgenia, and you're closer to the microphone and slow a bit down, we have time.
Okay.
That would help, yes, because we can hear a buzz.
Well, because my headphones don't work really well, so okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Greece, this multicultural nature of Greek society, however, is completely inconsistent with the nationally oriented and monocultural education. Education systems must meet the requirements and needs of all cultural and ethnic groups. Every multicultural school must aim at intercultural education. The teacher, as a key part of the school, has to meet the obligations of his role. Teachers should be prepared for issues of intercultural education, that is, to have intercultural competence, which is related to the ability to adapt to intercultural environments, to an appropriate behavior, as well as effective communication within a pluralistic context. It is a fact that in Greece, teachers do not have intercultural readiness and competence, and this is due to the training they have received that has failed to meet their needs in the field of intercultural education. The teacher, as a professional, has a responsibility to cultivate a training culture that will begin at the beginning of his career and will end at the end of his term. The aim of teacher training is to strengthen themselves professionally. Their training are the main priority to improve the quality and effectiveness of the education provided. Intercultural competence is not acquired overnight, but requires a long-term and systematic teacher training. Teacher training is not an end in itself, but it works as a means of improving school results. However, most training programs are not effective, and two key factors contribute to this. The first one is related to the motivation of teachers to participate in the process of their professional development, and the second to the process through which it occurs. The main purpose of this research was to investigate the attitudes and the views of secondary school teachers about intercultural education, intercultural competence, and their readiness to deal with multicultural classrooms, as well as to study whether they considered education and their professional development during their professional life effective. The research involved 6 teachers of secondary education who teach in schools where students with different national and cultural backgrounds study. In order to collect the research materials, the semi-structured interview was chosen as the most appropriate data collection tool. After collecting the research material through the questions from the recorded interviews, it was processed by the method of qualitative content analysis and more specifically by the construction technique. The whole material was analyzed by category and subcategory and was divided into two axes. The first axis is about intercultural competence. Most educators who participated in the research perceived that the term intercultural competence as an ability to communicate with people from different backgrounds, cultures, and nations, as a skill of understanding, accepting, and including the different. The second axis is that of teacher training. Most of the teachers, after their basic studies, attended a basic introductory training, some seminars addressed to the newly appointed, from which, in fact, they were not satisfied. There were 3 teachers who reported that they have attended several trainings, showing interest in them and a positive disposition towards the training. However, all but one of the teachers who participated in the research did not attend any form of training related to intercultural education. As for the subcategory of degree of satisfaction with the training, from the trainings that the teachers who participated in the research have attended, none of them has been satisfied, having also a critical predisposition towards the quality of the training, others for the emphasis on the theoretical part, others for the sloppiness of the organization. In the issues they lag behind and would like to be trained in the management of the diversity in the school, in the school context, most teachers stated that they lag behind in the way of approaching children from different ethnocultural backgrounds and ways to be trained in the practical management of multiculturalism, in the integration of all students in the learning process. For all teachers, continuing education in interculturalism and diversity management is extremely important and necessary, given that the composition of school classes is no longer monocultural. And some conclusions here. It is obvious from the research that teacher education in intercultural education is incomplete and limited. Teachers have not developed those skills that will enable them to develop their intercultural competence. They are not sufficiently informed due to the lack of basic education and training in matters of intercultural education. Teachers have not received any form of training in intercultural education, and most of them are unprepared and unable to manage the national and cultural diversity they face in the classroom. It is necessary thus to reform the basic education of secondary education teachers, with reforms to meet the requirements of educational reality, the reality of multicultural classrooms. The role of the state is crucial. It must create a system of continuing education which is linked to the basic studies of teachers and universities. Teachers consider training to be extremely important, however, they're not properly trained. In order for trainings to be effective and to achieve their goals, they must meet the training needs and desires of the teachers themselves. The purpose of continuing its professional development is to end up becoming a way of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evgenia, from your presentation as well. There was a little problem with the sound there, but yeah. I do hope that you passed the message. Now, I think it's a good time to pass it on to Susanne to moderate the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, George. Now it's time for discussion, and we are almost on schedule, so we have time to take some questions. And it is always a bit difficult to organize discussions in the virtual space. So I would like to ask you, if you want to pose a question, you may either write a short note in the chat, or you may also use the hand raise symbol in the menu at the bottom of the screen. And since we are not so many participants, you may also try simply to jump in and speak out when no other person is talking. But in any case, I would also like to ask you to introduce shortly yourself, say your name, what institution you come from when you pose a question, so that we just know who you are. So we have 10 to 15 minutes before we go to the break. And now I would give the floor to you and ask you if there are any questions to the 4 presentations that we have now heard. Maybe I could start with a question myself, because I have 2 questions, actually. The first one goes to Larissa and her colleagues. This was a very interesting presentation about the social positions of adult educators and how they view themselves. And in listening to you, it occurred to me that it might be interesting to compare these results with the learner perspectives. I mean, you have presented how the adult educators see themselves, how they construct themselves. And I was wondering if this always matches to how the learners perceive the situation and how they view the adult educators. So my question is, did your research involve any investigations in that, or would you see a perspective for future research, and how would you assess this future perspective?
Well, thank you for the question. No, we didn't include it yet, but it's a very good idea to add this in the future research. In the youth work part, we have had some student works on how young people see youth workers, what their role is, and but yes, this is on the bachelor level research, so this is definitely a thing to think about. Thank you. And actually, as I noticed in other presentations as well, that the pressure from the community and the society was kind of felt by adult educators in a negative way, maybe, that they were not appreciated, or they were left aside or not supported. I think this came up maybe in our presentation. It was not so clear as the time was so limited to explain, but actually in the second stage of our research, the pressure was also felt by adult and youth educators, that the expectations from the society show that they don't know much about this work, and they use this work to do some other jobs needed in the crisis, which go into a conflict with the values and principles of adult and youth educators. So actually the expectations and how the community or the politicians or the funders is also very interesting way, you know, to carry on your thought on this, but how others see us, the clients, which is not definitely a good word here, but also how the community, the funders, the society sees the role we carry. So yes, thank you for a very interesting proposal.
Thank you. I think this would really be interesting to adopt a multi-perspective approach on this. Exactly, the idea of including additional perspectives from society and politicians would also be very exciting. Yes, I look forward to hearing more from you on this if you pursue this research further.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I pose a question also, Suzanne?
Yes, please, Maria, go on.
Yeah, thank you very much, all the presenters. Following on from the question that Suzanne has addressed to Larissa and her team, I'd like to carry on with this. You've presented a very interesting theoretical framework on social positioning. Could you go back a bit on this just you've based this theoretical framework on some literature that, I mean, it's not that recent. So I was wondering if you have researched the literature and you have found any kind of more recent research that discusses social positioning or any other research maybe that has been done in the field of adult education or in any other field. It was quite interesting, the theoretical framework. And this question has occurred to me because it was based really on some references that was not very much kind of recent. I was wondering if other researchers have researched the topic. Thank you.
Yeah, this is basic theories, which really basic theories, position exchange theory and positioning and field theory, which comes from Bourdieu. And position exchange theory is really old theory, but many recent research, they're based on Davis and Harry. So because it's basic theory related to positions and exchange between positions, but field theory, it's explain how positioning happens in the field. So it's from Bourdieu. So there are nothing new coming. So many scholars using this basic theories. Also in teacher education, we will find very recent research, so that also using Davis and Harry basic theory related to positions.
Okay, thank you.
It's a good question to look around at probably some very new scholars, young scholars may develop something new, but good point.
Yeah, thank you. I think this would be very interesting to look at the implementation of this theory, or maybe this theory must have maybe developed in research, not in the field of adult education, maybe teacher education or other related fields. That would give more kind of...
In social linguistics, they're also using it.
Yeah, social linguistics. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I cannot see any requests to speak right now. Anyway, we will have time at the end of the conference still for some more discussions. And I would not like to hijack this discussion sessions, but I have at least one short question, another one. This is addressed to Andre and Maria on their presentation of perceptions of adult educators, especially in the situation of crisis. And well, I understood that the situation is not so brilliant for them, and they were also quite suffering from the conditions before and even more after the crisis. And regarding the perspectives for the future and possibilities how to improve the situation, did the adult educators also express some ideas for, let's say, bottom-up initiatives to organize themselves in professional communities or something like that? Did their thoughts go into this direction, or did they just more expect from the institution, from the MOET to come into their support?
Yeah, shall maybe we can both answer this. Andre, would you like to start? Because Andre collected the data, so she has, she kind of contact with adult educators. And then I'll tell you the perspective from the ministry, because I was doing the documents analysis. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. Actually, they're waiting from the institute and from the ministry to help them. They don't even understand their situation, the position that they are into it. And during the interviews, their suggestions were focusing only in their personal well-being and not to their professional well-being.
Yeah, this links very much to the role of the adult educator and their professionalization in Cyprus. There hasn't been any kind of formal scheme or training for their professionalization as it is described and in the paper that we prepared. Adult educators have no professional status. They teach for some hours, they come and go, as it happens in the rest of Europe and the world, because their position is very fragile. And in the case of Cyprus, things are even worse, since only very recently in the Ministry of Education, a new concentration, a new department has been created for the adult educator, and still this hasn't started its organization. Only this year, and I was about to say this, as Open University, because we are running a program for Greek masters that prepares the adult educator and, as written elsewhere, contributes to its professionalization. It was only this year that the ministry, and I'm talking about this current month, that the ministry addressed to us a call to collaborate with them in a number of professional development courses for the adult educator in Cyprus. And a current call that we have just received has to do with the adult educators that work for the adult education centers. And it's training on distance learning. It's not even training in adult teaching and learning. So there is a long way towards the professionalization of adult education professionals in Cyprus. And yeah.
Sure, thank you. And ways of professionalization can also be very diverse, bottom-up driven or top-down. In the chat, I see that Macron Banderlippe has, I hope I pronounce it correctly, sorry, has written same question here: who drives the development of professional learning communities? Macron, would you like to expand on this further, or shall we keep this for the final discussion?
Hello, Suzanne. This is Macron. I'm so sorry I couldn't open my camera because I have some problems with my laptop at the moment.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the papers that were presented this morning. And I particularly appreciate the last paper on professional development. And it resonates with me because I think it was also clarified that in Cyprus, like professional development seems to be, adult education seems to be on a kind of a gray contested space. And in a way, it affects the way professional development and professional learning communities are being developed and expanded. So I wonder, even in the informal or non-formal mechanisms, how does such communities exist? Who participates in that? And what is the support of the state in terms of encouraging these informal settings? I understand that in the last paper, there was a recommendation on the role of the state, but somehow I found it a bit abstract at the moment. And I wonder whether there will be some concrete measures, or there were some concrete measures that have been enacted to make sure that teachers, the adult educators themselves, are also able to use this opportunity and platform to build communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think this question was again to André and Maria, or did you want to ask it to Eugenia for the last presentation, really?
Anyone.
Okay. Would anyone like to comment or answer on this question now before the break?
Maybe somebody who hasn't talked, like Eugenia.
Can you hear me now? Because
Yes.
The microphone doesn't work. Well, and in Greece, ministry organizes professional development, but it is not always compulsory. And that's the problem, that it's a problem. Teachers themselves have to put themselves in this procedure of professional development as professionals. Because I'm stated that, okay, I don't want it to be compulsory, but there are some seminars that are offered by the university, the ministry, but they are not compulsory and they don't have the context of this intercultural education. And that's and in this result, teachers haven't developed intercultural competence.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Bob.
Can
Thank
I
you.
also?
Yes, please, Maria.
Yes, as Suzanne has mentioned before, I mean, in different contexts, varies. So there is no answer to who drives the development of professional learning communities. I mean, this varies in different contexts, like in Estonia is different, in Greece is different, in Cyprus is different. For instance, in Cyprus, teachers, before getting a permanent post in the public sector, they need to undertake in-service training on a number of topics and themes. For instance, intercultural, and these are all theoretically. For instance, in intercultural education or in adult education, there is no, because the field is not developed. But I know that in Greece, there are some professional development courses, but again, this is different because this is not obligatory and there is no in-service training like a year before teachers, they get a permanent post. I'm sure that colleagues in Estonia have a very different system and they can comment on that. And in Germany, the system is also very different. So it all varies. It depends on the context. So maybe colleagues from Estonia and Larissa can comment on that.
Thank you, Prof. Maria.
Yeah, so I cannot comment, so because we have break already and we have so 10 minutes left for the break. Shall we take break? And I kindly ask you to be back 1:30, so because we need to start smoothly with the second session.
Okay, and keep your questions for the final discussion, maybe.
Yes,
so
okay.
See you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Shall we start with the second session? Maria, shall we start?
Yes, we can start.
Yeah.
And I sent you a message also.
Yeah, so just some words for introduction. So we have a big session with 5 presentations, one more than we had before. And I think that this session geographically also interesting. So because we have people from Sweden and a presentation from Australia. And so I really want to ask you to keep your presentation time, 10 minutes, then we have enough planned time for discussion. So, and we will moderate with Maria and try to keep also dialogue between each other and presenters. So, and I would like to give the floor to first presentation. And so you're welcome. The floor is yours. You can share.
Larissa, I cannot see that the first presenter is here.
Okay, okay.
So this is what I wrote to you on the chat, that the first presenter is not here. I sent a message to them with the link, but I haven't got any response so far. So maybe you can start from Mohammed.
Yeah.
Mohammed and Vito is here and Filipa is here.
Great. I didn't notice, but yes, let's start with the second presentation. So
okay. And I just got an email from the first presenter that she's going to get to log in the platform, but maybe the second presenter can go first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, should I start the presentation?
Yes, yes, please.
With pandemic extrapolating its existence in the year 2022 and India barely afloat in terms of coping mechanisms, learning becomes even more unstable. This paper, titled Chaotic Aspirations in the Life of Research Scholars, has become an even more immediate topic in the wake of announcement made by WHO with respect to the ongoing pandemic. Institutional entities responsible for this process are walking the tightrope between staying neutral to their challenges and ethical responsibilities in the wake of extreme administrative pressure of continuing with.
Hey, Mohammed, do you have presentation to share or no?
No.
Okay, okay. Then we know.
Extreme administrative pressures of continuing with institutional processes and helping the scholars out by paying heed to their requests for extensions and deadline relaxations of their thesis submissions in the wake of the crisis. The situation which triggered chaos in the lives of research students was the order of shutting down the campus. Campus shutdowns manifested as reverse migration for students back to their homes, anxieties of not being able to move resources required for the process of research as per their interests, and over and above all, a psychological state of being on the interface of several selves, personal and public, along with the spaces of different social imaginaries and rhythms of technologically intervened human experiences. We understand the period of pandemic as one of causing disturbance which then disrupt the processes of flow of learning, either institutional or organic. Such situations cumulatively result as a state of crisis that further produce chaotic aspirations. Using the ethnography of a university space, understanding the changes in the learning experiences of a research scholar gives us deeper insight into the issues pertinent in the lives of research scholars who were performing the processes of learning when the world around them was and still is grappling with one of the rarest periods in human history. Research scholars during the interviews emphasized the importance of university space as essential to their practice of research. Some of the factors which propelled them to say this was freedom, as one female born affirmed. She being shunned from the university space where she feels free, following the official announcement of shutting down the campus, said that she was giving up the reading space that the university provides as there is no freedom at home. She said that being a member of a middle class family, she had to divide her concentration between responsibilities of several institutional kinds: familiar, domestic, private, informal, academic, public, formal, due to being a female member of her family. Being a first generation learner, she would often find it difficult to explain the nature and requirements of her work to her family members. She summed up her experience of working in an enclosed environment of home by saying, and I quote, "My research would have been better had I had the opportunity to do it from campus," complaining rather hopelessly of the lack of the academic environment at home, coupled with a lack of dialogic possibilities with her supervisor due to the online medium. She felt alienated from her work. She said reading in isolation is not helpful, and misunderstandings during the research were difficult to resolve over the online mode. Understanding education simply in the framework of rights, sociologically as functional to the moral development of the society through processes understood by Durkheim as voluntary socializations, one can suggest that the idea of educational well-being was compromised during the pandemic. This is to say that the university space envisioned as an intersubjective dialogic and critical space within the configuration of a society was taken away in the form of shutdowns from the lives of research scholars. The point not just regarding the material availability of the university with its infrastructures and amenities, but also the metaphysical idea of what is the conception of university as a space and how it is lived in everyday experiences on campus. The compromise resulted in a policy-level assault on the idea of university by Ministry of Human Resource Development's policy recommendation of the idea of blended learning as a material assault resulting from lockdowns on the experiences of research scholars was being witnessed on campus during the pandemic. University as a space becomes the core problematic when one tries to understand the nature of the crisis during the pandemic with regard to the with respect to the research scholars as a problem of mental space. Scholars from across gender, class, and regional background accounted for the lack of mental space, one which university space has to offer. While the coping mechanisms while the coping mechanisms, as we understand here, lived experiences of research scholars was diverse depending upon their respective backgrounds, social, symbolic, cultural, and material capital, which shapes dispositions via what could be understood as habitus. The problem boiled down to the idea of space and the struggles stemming from its lack. Here I indulge in understanding that space, a social mental one, which JNU as a university used to be. I would like to argue for the lack of mental space resulting from loss of a certain phenomena, which is constitutive and hence crucial to the life of a research scholar and unfolds within the university. Talking of one experience on the universities, a scholar called this a magical space, Jadui Dunia. While he used a romantic metonymy in his rationalization, the other understood it as a sense of calm. While another accounted for his frustrated, fatigued, and alienated experience of being home, despite no material difficulties as such. One is understanding this mental space as an aspect, never to be seen in isolation of social space. This mental space is that which is physical, mental, as well as social. In order to understand this crisis-ridden state of the fellow hostel scholars, one would have to indulge in checking up on people's need and requirements, often at the cost of their own. One student said that living with a community sentiment is a major learning that has happened from being closely associated with the students' political organization and activities of campus. So I would like to end with the question asking that, can we say then that the policy recommendation of blended learning in higher education with respect to research scholars could compensate for the lack of this mental space? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping your time. Thank you. So, Maria, shall we continue with the first presenter? Yeah.
Yes, it's Dr. Georgia Nicolaidou. So she's here with us.
Great. So,
hello, everybody from the far Australia.
Welcome to join, and that the floor is yours. So,
thank you so much.
You can.
Shall I start my presentation?
Yes, you can, and you can. If you see the share screen, then you just share your presentation if you will have.
Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Share screen.
Can you see my presentation? I have already chosen share screen.
And then maybe you need to slideshow, press slideshow.
I've got an Apple, so I don't know. Anyway, I can show you. Can you see?
Yeah, but please start. Then
I don't know.
So if you see the green just in the middle of the screen, so it's written share.
Yes, I have already chosen twice, but I don't know why.
Just open it, and then you will see in the right corner, you will see the share. Just in the right corner, you will see below on the right corner. You will see
they told me
share.
to go to preferences. They suggest me to go to preferences. I don't know really. Anyway, because time is against us, so I will start.
Yeah.
So everybody, orally, don't worry about that. Today I'm going to present a study that talks about the impact of COVID-19 on the modern Greek language, and it's based on the teachers' perspectives. Teachers that they are teaching the Greek language as a second language in after-hour schools in Australia. So the keywords of the study is, of course, the central point is the COVID-19, and the around points are the modern Greek language as a second language, the perspectives of the Greek teachers that they teach modern Greek language, and the emergency remote teaching, emergency remote teaching. Just a few words about the program of the seconded teachers. The seconded teachers of the Greek programs is an initiative of the Greek Ministry of Education. In other words, the Greek Ministry of Education allocated these teachers from Greece. They are all of them qualified. The Greek Ministry fund them for 3 years at least to go to Australia and in other places around the world to support the modern Greek language. The program supports the Australian government's commitment to improve the quality of language programs in the schools, because here we've got a multicultural social. So they need to teach around 59 languages in Melbourne, including modern Greek. Modern Greek language. Everybody of us, we know that the Greek language is the official language of Greece and Cyprus. And one of the more major characteristics of the extensive Greek diaspora is the maintenance of the Greek language, and not only the Greek language, but the culture as well, in other countries around the world, including, of course, Australia. In the language curriculum, area students learn to communicate meaningfully and across linguistic and cultural systems and different contexts. This process involves reflection and analysis from students, and there is a reciprocal and dynamic process which develops language as it is. The curriculum here in Australia is designed with an intercultural language learning orientation in order to enable students to participate meaningfully in language, Greek language of course, and learn about the cultural experiences. Now, just a few words about the online learning. Every one of us, we know that online learning is designed to be used in combination with a variety of other in-person teaching methods. And it's an excellent way to increase students' engagement in most of times. The pathway of differentiated instruction can meet the unique needs of students as individual learners within a broader classroom climate. There is no doubt about that. During the COVID, because the pandemic, it was spread very quick, it was a shift in pedagogy in order to allow all the teachers go on with their teachings, and of course allow students go on with their learning. So they approach the emergency remote teaching, as that is mentioned by Hodge et al. In 2020, because Hodge just determined this as, during these circumstances, the main objective is not to create a robust educational ecosystem, but rather to provide temporary access to instruction and instructional supports in a manner that is quick to set up and is reliable, available during an emergency situation. The population of this study, they are 15 Greek seconded teachers. All of them, as I said before, they have been allocated for supporting the promotion of Greek language for all these years. So I'm talking about the year 2000-2021, exactly when COVID started, the pandemic disease. And we've got teachers allocated around across the Australia, in Sydney, in Adelaide, in Perth, in Brisbane, in Melbourne, of course. All these teachers, they are mixed gender, and they are 3 male and 12 females. Their age is between 45 and 60 years old, and all of them are qualified and native Greek speakers. Statements. Before I did this research, I sent them statements forth, asking them, inform them their perspectives, to ask them about their perspectives. I let them know about this, the purposes of this research, and a description of the procedures to be followed based on the procedures which were focused on gathering and analyzing qualitative data. Of course, all of them, they agree to participate in an anonymous basis. And now, let's see emergency remote teaching among states in Australia from preps to year 12. The last year, schools have experienced interruptions due to lockdowns, and the mode of fear took place during that period in a localized basis, because here in Australia, every state, the schools, they open, they start and they finish the school academic year in different periods. Under these circumstances, schools were closed and teachers needed urgently shifted towards the use of online platforms, not only Zoom, but WebEx, Combax, Google Classroom, Classroom Teacher, in order to deliver their classes in synchronous and asynchronous techniques. So now, teachers deliver their perspectives regarding their virtual classroom, about the accessibility, the knowledge of technology, the creativity, the communication and the collaboration, students' well-being, and the social interactions that they were developed among the students. Regarding the accessibility, the first concern that has arisen is that for online learning students, they need to have access in a computer available during their class. And that causes, in some cases, a high problem, because teachers report that they had also parents working from home during the COVID. So they had only 1 or 2 devices. So it was a big need for a third device to be used from the children, but they didn't have it. So it was a lack of a second or even third computer. And also another problem, it was the secure and high quality of access to the internet, because some families, they didn't have a high quality of internet connection, and that was a big disadvantage. Regarding the computer skills, our teachers report that was a little bit problematic regarding the use of knowledge of the interface, because some of the students, they were not familiar with the use of the interface, and they didn't have any confidence using effectively navigated technology, especially with students of preps and year 1 and year 2, because these students, they requested parental support. Teachers had to access their skills in utilizing technology, and they felt that to some point they were being forced to be adaptive and try new virtual techniques, because that was an emergency situation, so they didn't prepare themselves in earlier. So they started with preparing their courses, teaching online, managing increased homework for the students, and also they made the marking assessments. But that was creative for during the virtual classrooms. With regard to creative teaching, some teachers found that they could develop novel creative settings to teach students, but from others, the pandemic added stress to their lives and negatively affected their capacity to provide creative learning opportunities. One teacher particularly mentioned that it's very recognized the conditions of the pandemics that provide me and gave me energized of my own creativity. That was the positive result.
Georgia, you have 1 minute to finalize.
So also communication and collaboration, of course, that was they said that they extended their professional network teachers because they collaborated, they communicated in each other in order to share tasks and taking of new roles that they previously didn't make it. An importance of well-being, it was that was arising focusing on the significance of the students' well-being, and also the importance to interact with others. They found that the teacher said that this exceptional COVID-19 emergency situation made them realize how important it is to have a community of colleagues who face similar challenges and can provide encouragement and useful suggestions through dialogue and mutual support. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So can I have a quick question to you?
Of course. Of course,
so
yes.
I didn't notice what kind of research questions you used. So just say example. What was the research question? Then we continue.
The research question was how effective is the learning when the teachers, they use the remote emergency teaching during their virtual classrooms.
Thank you so much. Then we will discuss later if our participants have questions. Thank you so much. And we continue with the next presentation. So Filippa or Vito from Italy, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I share my screen. 1 moment. Okay.
That's great.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, welcome back to this beautiful virtual academic space. I'm Vito Balzano, researcher of general and social pedagogy at the University of Bari Aldo Moro. I deal with research on the empirical side of pedagogy, on the relationship between pedagogy and the politics. with particular attention to social politics and new welfare models in relation to new educational models. So from some years, my research has led me to be interested in adult education, because this represented one of the most interesting aspects of the social educational evolution of the person. Well, today I try to illustrate some of my reflection of the subject with a contribution entitled Adulthood Crisis in the Global Times, a new idea of a welfare state for the third millennium based on support for the person. In premise, the change that have involved social politics in recent decades have brought scholars' attention to the interpretative limit linked to the use of the traditional conceptual paradigms of the welfare state. The crisis of the adult figure in the era of globalization, which for long stretches is likened to the crisis manifested by the state of well-being at the end of the last century, on several occasions, and in intervention, both of conceptual re-elaboration and of practical, and the political restructuring of the economical apport. The system of the service and the bureaucracy through which the welfare state is defined and through which it operates, and nevertheless a re-elaboration of the adult and his responsibility action. My idea in this paper is the reworking the adult. In the first analysis, it's good to imagine how we are faced with a real reworking of the adult figure today. It's not just a matter of restructuring the economical system, the system of services and the bureaucracy through which the welfare state comes to define itself, and through which it operates, and no less a reworking of the adult and his act responsibility. There is a question of form, but also a purely practical question of re-evaluation of instrumental and actor in the field, which cannot be let out at all. In fact, this included this contribution, which sees the empirical research of pedagogy, with particular refers to the implication of social categories committed in a total sense, both in its science of practical knowledge and in terms of historical design parts. The re-evaluation of the adult figure, which is still entangled in the framework of a parcelled and nebulous educational relationship, represents the possible way out of a crisis of the educational sphere that is global, since global is the action of the person. And in this moment, I think the problem is the problem of methodological of pedagogical research, because that will affect the proposed analysis system. Therefore, to identify a perspective that guarantee a unitarity theoretical understanding without suppressing its variety and the multiformity in a unique definition, moving from the reference bibliography, from the historical data, from international studies on the evolution of globalized civilization, the free movement of good and people. Pedagogy cannot fail to grasp the urgency and importance of a practical intervention that direct educational action toward the contribution and construction of a responsibility citizen able to act independently and in respect of a peaceful, consistent within the community, in the life in the community. So the idea, therefore, is aimed at the possibility of grasping the principle of research in a critical sense, with the aim of proposing a new idea of welfare for the third millennium on the basis of the examples and critically that come from the recent past, the crisis of classification models, and the European reform of refers. The models of the European welfare mix, long critiqued, becomes today with the essential implementations, one of the possible solutions put in place by the European community. Italy itself will diversity of this offer on a regional scale. A virtuous example for is Puglia, it's a small country in the south of Italy. Today seems to increasingly direction its action towards a model of relational welfare and community that incorporated the principle of support of the person, rated that assistance to those is in need, in line with the prospect of autonomy and social and democratic growth that the European is proposing. So thank you so much for your attention, and I refer a brief bibliography or resource for future studies, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping time also and for interesting presentation. So Filippa from Sweden, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry I woke up with a sore throat, but I'm doing my best to make me complete so you can hear me. My name is Filippa, and I am a PhD student at Linköping University in Sweden. And today I will give you a presentation about how teachers at the Swedish folk high school were affected in their teaching practice due to the COVID crisis. And when I was doing my fieldwork at this school, the COVID crisis forced teaching from a physical room into the digital room. And to these teachers, it happened from one day to another. As the courses were conducted in craft subjects, the teachers and the participants suddenly no longer had access to either workshops or tools. The participants only got a few hours to pack tools such as turntables, canvas, brushes, and textile materials for setting up a workshop back home. The teachers themselves got a few hours the same afternoon to switch the teaching into the digital room. And today I will present some data that is based in my PhD project, which has a life world phenomenological approach, including ethnographic method. So this crisis, followed by a forced digitalization for these teachers, affected their work. Speaking with Sia, one of the teachers, she describes how she has been affected in her teaching practice by this changed room. So if we listen to her, she says, and this is when teaching is online. I find it more difficult to know when it's time to go in and give the student constructive critique. Normally, I probably interpret body language and see the reaction when I ask if the students have any thoughts about the ongoing work when I circulate around the room. So what she normally does, such as on a daily basis, circulating in the room, interpreting the participants' body language, are not so easily done or given in this digital room. She can no longer coordinate her actions in relation to the participants. So there is a distance between her and the participants. And when speaking to Sia about her teaching practice from a pre-COVID perspective, she gives this description about her experience of teaching practice in the physical room. When you are around, when they work, and you give them a task to do, you are sensing when they are working. You see what they are doing, and you see how it works, and you can see frustration, and you can see the joy. Or you can experience how they are doing and how you can help. And set out the next step in the teaching process. Okay, now we're doing this, and the next step must be this. Now, when teaching is online, it's not so easy to sense this. We need more feedback. Okay, when you say sense this, how do you do that? It's about interpreting the human being you have in front of yourself and seeing what they are doing. What does it mean to interpret? I think it is to perceive a mood, perhaps. I don't know, it's very abstract in a way, but it is a combination of what the person is doing and how he or she is feeling. Oh yes, like you perceive another human being. So Sia tells us that she can see emotions such as frustration and joy. The lived bodies in the lived room tell Sia something important. In other words, her interpretation gives meanings which are important in her teaching practice. So how can we understand this? Well, frustration arises when teaching is hampered by the lack of physical proximity. And using this point of frustration, the lack of possibility compared with how these teachers speak about what they normally do shows that the digital room does not allow these teachers to do the type of teaching they want to fall back on. So the digital room is not only a changed room, but it also is a limited room from a teacher's point of view. And in my project, I have used the term teaching as a way of bonding to describe the interhuman connection as central in folk high school educators' teaching practices. The forced digitalization provided an opportunity to see what these teachers value in their practice. And that the pedagogical approach is not only based in this interhuman connection, but the teachers also take their stand in the connection rather than in the subject itself. So it was not the tools or the room these teachers primarily was frustrated with, but the lack of lived bodies in an interhuman connection. And finally, just something about my PhD project and the life world approach as a theory. Because from this perspective, humans are understood as holistic beings, and Merleau-Ponty defines it as lived bodies. And for example, body, soul, and feelings are intertwined in the living body. And in my project, I understand the teacher's relational work in the same way. So the body is therefore not just a thing that exists to perform or to be exposed to actions. Rather, the body carries lived meanings that exist in space and time. This means that sensory experience have an existential meaning and are not only understood in a physical or psychological sense. So the experience of feeling a gaze, of feeling or a gaze or a gesture are not just signs in the nervous system, but also an experience of meaning, which then is something more than just the feeling, the gaze, or the gesture itself. So it's about an experience of the lived body in a certain context with a meaning. So going back to Sia and her frustration about the changed room and the lack of lived bodies makes sense. The digital room does not allow meaning to be communicated in the same way as in the physical room. And therefore, interhuman connection to these teachers loses its meaning as their pedagogical approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting points you finalized. So we have 1 minute left, and you kept this time so that I just would like to ask you that you know your empirical data. So is it so that all teachers mention these emotional aspects, what they missed, or it's only the case of Sia?
No, thank you for asking me that question. It's actually all of them, but I've just picked Sia as an example here. But they all talked about this frustration, not having these lived bodies there. So yeah.
Thank you. Then we have time to discuss also a bit on the discussion session. So, and our final presentation, it's Andreas and Anastasia. You're welcome, and the floor is yours.
I'm afraid I don't see them
okay.
in the list of the participants. And they have not sent a message either.
Yeah, I agree, George. I mean, I haven't seen them and I haven't received any message.
Yeah, because I'm trying to find their names this time.
Okay,
and
okay. So because I didn't scroll names.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They have not informed any of us, I suppose. I think I should have received a message at least, but. Yeah, in this case, I suppose that you can continue with the discussion. And the
yeah, that's great. Then we have enough time for discussion.
Yeah,
so I just invite everybody to raise hands or write comments or ask question or discuss something what you would like. So we have time till 12:30. So now I mentioned Tallinn time. Yeah, we have question from Tallinn side or comment.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the presentations. It was very interesting to listen to them. And I think what was striking for me was in all the presentations, maybe especially about the university and the researchers, and the last one was that how this crisis, in a way, from the research perspective, it gives an opportunity that it makes explicit certain issues and factors which are fundamental, and you are taking them for granted when there is no crisis. For example, that what university represents, and especially what it can represent in different contexts, that all these like this mental, social, intellectual, and also political function that university has. It is not just a place for cognitive intellectual exercise. And then also about what the last one about what adult education situations, what they are about. In a way, the crisis makes you understand what is really fundamental. There are things which are important, but certain things are really fundamental. So thank you very much for these notions. They're very important for me at least.
Thank you. Thank you, Anya. I noticed that you raised the hand.
Yeah. I can share a suggestion with us. Dealing with research on the side of social polities, listen to what our speaker have told today. I believe that one of the problematic points today of adult education concerns the difficulty of facing the development of a new technology and the fall of some fundamental elements such as the science of citizenship. No? I think the adult today is increasingly in crisis because they are enabled to respond to the different situations, to the different approach of the younger generation, and with respect to some themes that are typical of pedagogy, precisely such as citizenship, that I love to call social, recalling Thomas Marshall's definition of half century 20. In my contribution, for example, no, I speak about a good practices of social pedagogy, and I think this view is an important reflection for my point of view.
Thank you. Maria, you have some comment on presentation from this session?
You mean Maria? Me?
Yeah.
Larissa, yes. Thank you very much for all the presenters. It was quite interesting to find out the responses of, since we have some time, the responses of the different governments and the different societies to the COVID crisis. So I would like to invite maybe the speakers from India to expand a bit more about the context and the support that the teachers had from the state, if there was any, and also the speaker from Australia can expand on the same question. So if you can start with this.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Soumya and I'm from JNU, which is an institution in India. So the paper that we are doing is, I think, underlines all the aspects and it ties them together in the sense that who are the people responsible for facilitating the students who are amidst this crisis. And then we are trying to see that there are several institutional entities, one being the state, the other being the administration of the university campus, the other being the faculty and the department sort of body. So what we saw basically from the state, like directly answering your question, that there was no prior information because regarding the lockdown, nothing was done to facilitate the process of adjusting students to the situation which they had to encounter in the wake of the lockdown that had happened, the shutdown. And it was all, in just a couple of hours notice. So a lot of students who were on campus and trying to go back home, they had booked their tickets. And this is coming from somebody who has been also living on campus as a student, and so was my partner with whom I'm doing this paper. So, and this was a constant thing that students would feel that, they would not know as to what would happen next in their life and how their learning process is going to be. Because in this interview, it was as precarious as, let's say that a student before the lockdown has booked his tickets and wants to go back. Then there is this sudden announcement of the countrywide lockdown, which is like all the flights are cancelled, everything, no transportation. And then he had to stay on campus. And the situation on campus, which could have been better only if the administration and the people, the authorities responsible for taking care of the students within this infrastructure that we call university, only if they had, sort of showed up to their ethical responsibilities and standards in a very honest manner, I think situation could have been better. They would have understood the student community as somebody with whom they could cooperate and bring together during the crisis, and just sort of look for strategic mechanisms to cope with the crisis. But what we had to deal with was a sudden sort of halt on any of the processes, and we were just locked down. With the food that was being given was also not adequate, in the sense that it wasn't meeting the very basic nutritional standards of the students. So nobody was in that situation. Like one of our scholars said in an interview, that there was no good day, if not an increasingly bad day, every day. So this is what they had to say. So basically, those who went back and those who stayed back, both of the students, despite coming from the various backgrounds and everything, they sort of felt this lack of mental space, which university, when it functions in the in the utopian sense, let's say, but something even lesser than that was we were trying to achieve before this whole authoritarian government who is working right now. And also there is a lot of transactions happening between the administration, because JNU being the premier institute, so a lot of pressures from there as well, and also a lot of so left inclination is being striked upon because of the right-wing nationalist government. So it's in a midst of a lot of dynamic processes, being political, social, subjective, that we were trying to sort of just in a nutshell try to present. And I think hopefully we'll take it over in our paper as well, that is for the submission. So this is what and the only thing that, I mean, not the only thing, but like I said, in order to boil it down to one particular problem, I think that would be the mental space that came as an immediate lack, that was felt as an immediate lack, irrespective of gender, class, and regional backgrounds of the student who either were on the campus or had gone back during the lockdown or the shutdown, like we call it, from the campus outside to their homes. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the colleague from Melbourne, if she can expand a bit, there is some time, so she can expand a bit more on the...
Can I say something?
Yes, of course, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, thank you. For us, it was as the previous presenter said, it was a very big, difficult situation, the lockdowns, because here in Victoria, particularly, it was the state that so far we have faced 8 lockdowns, which means that the students, they need to attend their classes every day, the morning classes that they are the normal schools that they are enrolled in front of the computer. So the teachers of the modern Greek language, which is the after hours teaching, they have to find funny ways in order to attract the students, because students got boring staying in front of the screen from 8:30 until 3:30, and then they had to stay again in front of the screen attending the course for the Greek modern language. So and apart from that, they saw us, as I said, lots of the government, they didn't make something to support this particular type of teachers, because they are like an extra curriculum for the students. So the government tried to give a priority and support the students, the teachers that they teach during the morning schools. So, in other words, the teachers had to schedule and reshape and redesign all the curriculum by themselves, had to try to learn by themselves how they could utilize the interface of different online platforms, had to negotiate with the parents because parents were very tired because, as I said, they need to work from home. So all this situation was very stressful. And that's why the first year, the 2020, when in May started the first lockdown, it was a nightmare for all of them. Now they are getting used of this situation. I couldn't say that things they got back in normal, but at least they know how what they are going to expect from this situation. They know how to be prepared about their teaching activities and their teaching plans.
Thank you very much for this. And was there any professional development for the teachers and the adult education professionals in between?
Sorry?
Hello? Yes, I was addressing the question to both. If there was any professional development for the adult education professionals in between.
Are you talking about the after-hours Greek modern teachers, Greek modern language teachers?
Yeah, your sample really, yeah. Yes, this is the population.
No. As I said, yes, as I said, they didn't have any support, and they have to reshape and reorganize all the stuff by themselves.
Okay, so there was no professional development.
Lots of work for them.
Okay.
They report. No, it wasn't. And also they report that some of them, they couldn't even sleep during the night because they were so alert and upset about this situation. They wanted to be prepared in order not to stuck in a particular problem. And they wanted to to provide the chance for their students to go on with the modern Greek language.
Okay, thank you.
Learning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And I noticed that Sophia
yes.
her hand. So please, Sophia, and then Anna.
Anna.
Hello. Thanks to all the presenters for the presentations and their interesting inputs. My name is Sofia Antera. I'm from Stockholm University, but I'm Greek originally, so I think I can have a little bit of a contribution here for both countries. What I've seen in Sweden is that we were not in a lockdown here, but as Filippa has mentioned, things have shifted really fast from actual classrooms to online classrooms or digital classrooms, and that was, as in every other case, that was a responsibility that the teachers took nearly entirely on them. So of course, there's been a lot of struggles here. What I noticed when interviewing university professors in both countries was that the main difference was the lack of infrastructure. So in Greece, it seems like very practical problems, like also mentioned in Australia, like access to a computer or access to the internet were the first bigger challenges. While in Sweden, the discussion was mostly about pedagogy, as also Filippa mentioned, like how to make this interactive, how to attract students, how to make the process as it was in the actual classroom, how to engage the human in a discussion. So I think when I hear presentations from different countries, I think it's important to acknowledge this context, what is behind the system. And I understand that now you had really short time into presenting this, but I believe that it explains quite a lot of what we're listening today. And just to finish my comment here, I have a question to Filippa originally, but I think it can be taken up by other people as well. This focus on interhuman connection that was interrupted by the pandemic, I think it's something that nearly all teachers, all studies that I have read about the COVID pandemic has reported, that teachers feel like this new classroom environment is not the same as before, and it really, the social aspect of teaching has been, is actually missing, and people are discussing on how to replace it or to reconstruct it. Do you think that this is an element of an innate element of teaching and of our human nature, or do you think that this type of social interaction will gradually disappear or reshape when we learn how to teach in an online environment and we learn how to connect and to identify reaction in an online environment? So for example, one can say that the frequency of someone participating is an element of interaction, like a classroom interaction or a communication interaction. How often someone has the camera on, or how often someone raises a hand, like other elements that right now we see, but we cannot grasp to the same extent as we will probably be able to grasp in 20 years from now if we continue teaching digitally. Do you think that there will be a change over time over this digital teaching, or do you think that this need to connect into a human and physical level is something that will remain as a main core need of our teaching? That was my question to the people, to the audience. Thank you.
Can I say something, or?
Yes, Philippa, yes.
Well, I think that's a very interesting question. And from what I can see in my study, the teachers, they start to use the online teaching in another way. So one of the teachers would say, well, now I'm trying to sharpen my listening. So when I listen to your voices, I can hear that that's a lonely voice. So they sort of develop their online teaching as well. So, well, I think you had a very interesting question, Sophie, and this was just one sort of input into that one.
Anna, please.
Hello to everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good, that's very good. I would like to contribute with some comments to this discussion about the Greek schools abroad. It happens to live in Germany, and my children visit the Greek school in Germany, and I was a lot involved with the school facilities since I am a theater teacher, and I was employed for a while from the Greek Elton's Society anyhow. So I have to say and to underline the fact that the Greek schools abroad, as well as the teachers, the Greek teachers who teach abroad into German schools, they are all hired up by the Greek Ministry of Education. That is to say that in, at least in Germany, these schools are considered to be private schools. So in this way, they are not sponsored by the government. So we cannot take some funds from the government as they take, if they take the German schools. When the lockdown started, I know that in North Rhine-Westphalia, where we live, that's a state, because Germany is a federal country consisted of 16 states. One of them is North Rhine-Westphalia. They gave money here, some allowances. That was money, and that was something like 700 euros to the families with relative low income. It wasn't so low. In order to buy tablets for the children and other things which help a lot. Of course, the Greek school, as well as the Japanese school and other foreign schools or the international school, didn't receive this money because they are not in the German Ministry of Education. So that's the law, really. All the teachers are paid from the Greek government. with Greek salaries. They take an allowance for 3 years, as it was said. But really, that's the situation abroad. I could expand for hours, but I don't think it's necessary. I just want to share this information.
Yeah, thank you. And then the floor is Susanna, so please.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to Sophia's comment, as I find this a really interesting question. And I can just give my personal opinion here, as I'm not aware of any studies or research. And my first reaction to that question was, no, it cannot happen in any case. But on the other hand, I think in theory, at least, and in the long time, it might actually happen that all these ways of interpreting emotions and feelings, etc., can also be translated to a virtual space. If we think about the developments with the artificial intelligence and the ways they have found to emulate even emotions and reactions of computers to this kind of human expressions. But on the other hand, I think it could be only possible to suppress the real life if exactly the real life is suppressed as a whole, if it only takes place before the computers and in a virtual space. As long as we go out to the streets and have human physical encounters, we will always know what we miss if we are sitting before a computer. So in that sense, I think at least in the midterm or so, if we continue to live our more or less normal life, we will not see that online teaching and learning and computers completely take over and replace our physical interactions as humans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that we are coming to the end of this session. And finally, do you have more comments or questions here? Maria, shall we?
Yes, I think we can close for our lunch break, and we will be back in 1:15 for the third session.
Thank you all for this 2 sessions and for contributors. So see you soon after lunchtime.
So welcome back to the third session. I think most participants are there. So I suggest we just start with the third session, and this is moderated by George and myself. And I suggest this time we switch roles, and I will introduce the speakers, and George will thereafter moderate the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Susanna.
Okay, so I suggest we start straightforward with the first presentation, and with Anna. Anna, the floor is yours.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Can everybody see the PowerPoint?
Yes, very well.
Well, in any case, we will go beyond the PowerPoint. And in order to short the time, I will not read every phrase of the PowerPoint. I'm sure that some of you read very quickly and listen to at the same time. This presentation has to do with how we enhance the engagement of the students during digital classes, especially in adult education, how we give motive to them, how we create a gestalt, a frame of mind that they can get into this so that, first of all, they're not bored, Second, that we, the teachers, are not bored. And third, we motivate them to take active part in this. I will present, this paper tends to have an experiential character. So we will play all together some of the things, some of the games I suggest we can use in the class. There are two categories of game. The first one have brain teasing activities, and they can be used for the review of the syllabus of the class, and they can be used in every class at the end of the class. So these question activities are inspired of TV shows. Yes, of course, selectively, not every TV show, and especially these shows which have to do with questions. We change the names of these shows and we create our own names and games. We adapt them to the needs of the class. There are different types of questions. These different types you can read on the screen, and we will go on to play with some of them. So the first is inspired by the well-known game Des and Vres, the Greek show. And well, I invite you to play all together. You can write the answer in the messages if you like. If not, I will show you the answer on the screen. So, are you ready? It is a tragedy by William Shakespeare. The brave Scottish general receives a prophecy from a trio of witches that one day he will become King of Scotland. Consumed by ambition and spurred to action by his wife, he murders King Duncan and takes the Scottish throne for himself. Forced to commit more and more murders to protect himself, he soon becomes a tyrannical ruler. The bloodbath and the consequent civil war swiftly take him and his wife into the realms of madness and death. The core concept of the play inspired the American political drama streaming television series House of Cards. And here is the question: which is the title of Shakespeare's tragedy? Of course, as you saw, I chose a topic, and in the other questions, there are other topics from other faculties, other sciences, in order to show these questions as an example, and each of you can adapt it to your own subject. So, you can write the answer, and yes, correctly, the answer is Macbeth. Another type of question is a question that includes the answer into the text that is given to the students. I will not read this one. It's very, it's quite long, but all the details is here in the text, quite far away the one of the other, so that then the students have to think and combine what they've heard in order to answer to the question. The question is, what was the name of the person to whom Themistocles addressed his deceiving message? And the name, it was included in the text, and it is Xerxes. Another type of question has to do with calculating the answer. So all the information is here, but it's not absolutely clear. You have to make some calculations to find the answer. Let's play with this again. The 2004 Summer Olympics, officially known as the Games of the 28th Olympiad, was an international multi-sport event held from the 13th to the 29th of August 2004 in Athens. At the same year was inaugurated the ReNAdET Bridge, officially the Charillus-Trikoupis Bridge, which is one of the world's longest multi-span cable-stayed bridges. It crosses the Gulf of Corinth near Patras. It opened one day before the Athens 2004 Summer Olympics and was used to transport the Olympic flame. And the question is, when was the Charillus-Trikoupis bridge given to traffic? When was that? The answer is in the text. It says that the Olympic Games took place from the 13th of August, and a bit later, it says that the bridge opened on the day before the Athens 2004, and that makes it the 12th of August. Here is a game inspired by the well-known American game show Jeopardy. Here is the answer is given, and we are looking for the question. One example is, in 1958 economic union joined Belgium, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands, known as this type of countries due to their elevation. That's the answer, and we're looking for the question. And the question is, if you haven't already found it, what are the low countries? There is another example later on. And here's a modification of the German game so Rukçuk, which in Greek is Rukçuk, and I don't know the name in other countries. But this time, I suggest that we play with theorists, researchers, or scientists that contribute to the subject we teach. And instead of speaking, trying to describe verbally the name to the other members of the team, we write the name on personal messages, and then the last person of the team writes the right answer to the group message. Whomever finds, the team who finds first the right answer is the team who, into brackets, wins. You can read this later on. And that we can also play. It's an anagram inspired by the Jewish game Still Standing with the same title there is in the Greek television. And let's play with an anagram. Let's play all together. A book by the psychotherapist Irving Yalom, in which he transforms stories of his patients into literature. You can see the anagram on the screen, and you have to find what's the title of the book. I'm sure some of you've read this book. Anyhow, it's an excellent book. And the book is, the title of the book is Love's Executioner. As you can imagine, this type of revision reduces the anxiety of the exams because it makes a playful atmosphere. The students don't feel they are in front of an interrogation. They feel that they belong to a TV show game. And at the end of the day, we are, whether good or bad, we are more used to see a showman, a showwoman on a screen instead of a teacher. So why don't we play, shouldn't we play this role? In the second category of interactive exercises, belong exercises that they need a preparation in between the classes or in between the meetings, referring to distance learning, especially in open universities where I have a long experience. They employ performative methods and role playing. Let's go and see some examples.
1-2 minutes left, Anna.
They are enough, thank you very much. Okay. So here we can use podcasts, roundtables, long-term projects, which again can rename them. The podcast can become points of view, open windows, the roundtables, and ensemble, the third and more complicated students. In the first case, in the roundtables, they adopt podcast. They adopt different roles, different sciences, different faculties. They pick up a subject, for example, the subject of crisis. The students talk all together. They reduce a subject to something more specific, and from their angle, they present their views in a arranged meeting later on or in the next class, or they can record it and they can make it available to the other students. Sorry, I cannot see. That's the round tables. And the round tables here, we have science of the same faculty. For example, we are all historians and we talk about the same subject, but we all give our opinions, and the benefit to that is that we support our argument, but we are not attached emotionally to our argument, and we give space and floor to other opinions to be heard. Last, not least, because they're just examples, is what I call an ensemble, and I give an example from my realm, which is theater. It's quite complicated because I chose the staging of a performance. Each of the students can adopt a different role, which is needed to the staging of a performance, such as theater director, the director, playwright, actors, costume designers, and so on. And they talk to each other, but in a way they have to talk. For example, if the staging is from a theater, the theater director speaks to the director, invites the director, gives him an idea on what he wants to do, and then the director speaks with the writer or the actors, and so on. That was German. And then they establish the aesthetic, the financial sources, whatever it is needed for this play. Of course, they won't make a whole play, but just a scene of a play to put it theoretically on stage, or any other project that match to your subject. The purpose of this approach is the encouragement of the group spirit beyond illicit competition. The group spirit supports at the same time self-organization of the members of the class. And of course, there's an exchange of academic skills instead of the bankrupt acquisition of academic knowledge. So the situation is already described by all previous speakers. We are really aspiring educational community who yields for gradual adjustment to the new era, and the gamification, it's a very good way, and it turns the PowerPoint into a real PowerPoint, and at which the lecturer disclaims the role of the instructor to adopt that of the consultant coordinator. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anna, for this interesting insight in some methodologies and inspiring approaches. And looking at the time, I would move directly forward to the second speaker, which is Eleni Papaioannou from the Open University of Cyprus. Eleni, please.
Hi, everybody. I'm trying to share my screen. Share screen.
The green button, yes.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank the organizing committee for hosting us in this online conference, and all of you for being here. My name is Eleni Papaioannou. I come from Cyprus. Currently, I'm working as a researcher at the Open University of Cyprus, and at the same time as an adult educator for many years now.
Eleni, you should move to the slideshow mode. We see only the first slide.
I think I am. This is okay now?
Yes, yes.
The latest health crisis signified a cataclysm of changes in all aspects of life. Education was, of course, one of them. The main aim of my presentation is to showcase the experiences of adult educators regarding exactly this transition from the physical to the virtual class during the COVID-19 pandemic. First, I will briefly sketch the profile of adult educators in Cyprus, although previous speakers have already said enough on the subject. Then I will try to present some information regarding the digital situation in Cyprus, related also to adult education. And finally, I will present a small case study on how adult educators experience this harsh transition to remote education in a second chance school. In Cyprus, the adult educator is characterized by a fragmented profile that emerges from various professional identities. Some reasons for that is the belated development of the sector in Cyprus and also the lack of professionalization in the field as discussed earlier. Furthermore, most of the provisions offering adult education or VET programs are not asking for any specific requirements regarding adult educator certification or accreditation for their staff. This led to the creation of a very heterogeneous group of people, most of which are coming from different fields of studies with no or minor experience in adult education. Another reason for this weak profile is the lack of systemic training in most of the provisions, especially those overseen by the Ministry of Education, like the second chance schools, the adult education centers that Andrea and Maria referred to before, and so forth. Regarding now the digital profile of Cyprus, during the latest years, the country has adopted EU's narrative, I would say in an uncritical way, about the digital transformation for the creation of an information society that supposedly will contribute to the economic growth. Nonetheless, Cyprus still lags behind in issues like digital infrastructure, connectivity, and population's digital skills. In the latest Digital Economy and Society Index, known as DESI, it ranks 24th out of the 28 EU member states. Moreover, the level of basic digital skills remain below the EU average, though Cyprus has made progress since 2018. Only 45% of people between 16 and 48 years of age at least have basic digital skills, against the EU average of 58%, and this is according to the DESI statistics. Regarding the sector of adult education, most of the provisions in formal and non-formal adult education are following the traditional structure with face-to-face teaching. The health crisis we are still experiencing has been both a challenge and an opportunity to experience online education in many adult education provisions. This small-scale qualitative case study aimed at capturing the experiences of the adult educators regarding exactly this transition. More particularly, the study focused on collecting and interpreting educators' experiences, views, and attitudes regarding first the transition from live to online education. They offered support like training, infrastructure, equipment, and so on, the obstacles and difficulties they encountered, and lastly, how they see online education as a long-term option for second chance schools. The site of the herein presented study was a second chance school. The school is public and it has around 120 students and around 20 teachers. It offers second chance general education to adults who wish to attain their secondary school diploma. The educational staff comes from the general secondary education. Here, I have to point out the fact that since July 2018, there has been a new legislation providing a model of blended learning in all second chance schools. This provision has been a part of a more general reform effort aiming at enhancing the attractiveness of this program. Nonetheless, until now, this legislation has not been activated. During the health crisis and until now, Cyprus went through 3 very strict lockdowns. During this period, the school moved from the traditional to the online class. The transition was literally made overnight. Consequently, the implementation of online teaching during the lockdowns has been a first-time experience in online education for both educators and the learners. For this study, data collection was performed using semi-structured interviews. The participants were 5 educators working at the school. Interview data were complemented with document analysis, which included policy texts and circulars from the Ministry of Education. Data analysis was made using Brown and Clark 6-step thematic analysis. There were, of course, some limitations for this study, mainly its small size and the absence of learners' perspectives on this transition. I'll try now to briefly outline the main results and conclusions of the study. Based on the data analysis, 4 main themes were emerged that provide evidence of the way the educators experience this transition, the obstacles they encounter, and their insights regarding online education. As it was expected, that forced transition to remote education have caused stress and anxiety. The main reason stated by the participants was the unsafety they felt in this new environment. Many lack the skills or knowledge to handle online teaching, as it was the first time they were delivering online courses. One participant said, at the beginning for me it was very stressful. I had to go online myself to search how to implement simple steps, like how to connect to the online platform. It was very stressful. I wanted to help them, the students, more, but I realized that I couldn't be as active as in the classroom, and this made me feel, of course, uncomfortable. I adapted eventually, but the hard way, with anxiety and a lot of effort. The second reason was the lack of human interaction, which some participants stated as a source of anxiety. And a participant said, I missed the human contact, the interaction with people. I was in front of a box and just talking. I was in front of this box listening only to voices. This was very hard for me. And another one, I missed the discussions, the way I was used to organize them in the class.
2 minutes left.
I will go through without referring to the codes. A second theme was the self-image and resilience of the educators. Despite the negative emotions, this experience enhanced their self-image and resilience as adult educators. This development resulted from a self-efficacy, as they felt they adjusted well, and some of them that they succeeded in a challenging task without external support. Most of the educators reported a lack of advanced digital skills and infrastructure that hindered online education and activities. According to document analysis, also the training from the Ministry of Education was very minimal. Furthermore, students with digital skills and the lack of devices or connectivity were identified by the educators as significant obstacles. And the last theme regarding attitudes toward online education, these were skill dependent, as the educators with more advanced digital skills had more positive attitude towards online learning and vice versa. But besides skills, attitudes depend also on people's ideologies. And some final thoughts. Stories the educators shared revealed both positive and negative emotions, enthusiasm, a spirit of resilience, and also question and hope for the future. During this crisis, the educators took over the weight of continuing virtually the learning process with minimal preparation and support. They were forced by the conditions to get beyond their comfort zone, to self-educate and become inventive in order to survive. Hence, acknowledging the value and valuing this contribution is important for their self-image and for enhancing their identity as educators. The pandemic once again exposed social and educational inequality and its endless reproduction. The conditions as described by the educators and the learners of the second chance school in a disadvantaged, put the learners and the educator in a disadvantaged position to struggle to learn while missing basic skills and means. This is only one aspect of a wider vicious cycle of inequality reproduction the educators and the learners of these institutions are facing. Additionally, the crisis has unveiled the gaps in skills and infrastructure among the educators and, of course, the learners. Finally, not all adult educators are keen on adopting the advancements in learning digitalization. For some of them, the digital world is a deeply dystopic one that raises feelings of loneliness, unfamiliarity, and often hostility. In all cases, personal preferences and ideologies should be respected even if they are against the mainstream paradigm of digitalization. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleni, for your interesting insights into the challenges posed to adult educators in the times of crisis. And then I move directly on to the third presentation. So I move on to myself. As I trying to share my screen. Eleni, can you stop your screen sharing, please? Yes. Can you see now my presentation? Yes, so. Yes. Wonderful. I would like to share with you some research findings from a European project, which is called FAVIL, Facilitators of Virtual Learning. This is an Erasmus strategic partnership, which has been running for almost 2 years and is going about to conclude in the next month. And we have 7 partners from 5 countries: Germany, Greece, Italy, Portugal, and Slovakia, and including 2 open universities are among the partner consortium. The focus of this project is facilitators of virtual learning, and by this we mean various profiles, trainers, teachers, coaches, moderators, whatever you may call them, but we concentrate on persons who are doing their activities online in the virtual space. So the background which motivated us to do this project was the growing importance of virtual learning, of e-learning, online learning. And this project was started before the COVID pandemic, so it was not influenced by that. But e-learning and online learning were on the rise in the countries even before. But at the same time, we also notified that there was a challenge as regards the professionalization of this activity and of the actors. There was not really a clear professional profile of online facilitators. There were no well-defined training path into the profession, just as the case with the traditional adult educators. And there were also no quality standards with regard to online teaching and facilitating. And the COVID pandemic has only highlighted this situation even more than before, because all the competence development needs of the adult educators became much more visible through the special situation caused by the pandemic. So going back to the project, the aim of FAVIL was to contribute to improving the quality of online teaching, to support the development of professional competencies for online teaching, and also to increase the visibility of the professional profile as an online teacher or online facilitator. And to pursue these goals, we conducted research in the initial phase of the project around the questions: what is the status of virtual learning facilitators in our countries? Is online teaching regarded as a full professional profile or rather as a specialist task? And is there a difference visible between the task of facilitation and teaching on the other hand, or are they just seen as parts of one profile? We also researched the question, what are the exact professional tasks connected to virtual learning facilitation? What professional competencies are required for performing these tasks? And finally, how can these skills, these professional skills, be developed in the facilitators? So our methodology was a document research and analysis. We covered European documents as well as national documents from our countries. And in addition, we conducted also 36 expert interviews, between 5 to 11 per partner country. And we adopted a qualitative content analysis approach inspired by Meiring. So let's briefly go to the key findings from our research. First, the question regarding the status of virtual learning facilitation. And we noted that virtual learning facilitation can represent and can be viewed as a full professional profile in its own right. But in most cases of the experts we interviewed and the documents we analyzed, it was actually not considered as such. Rather, the online facilitation was considered as one task between others that professionals like teachers, trainers, etc., have to perform as one part of their duties. And there was also, in most cases, no clear division of the role of teachers as subject specialists and facilitators, as supporters and enablers of learning processes. In most cases and in most sectors, these two tasks and roles merged into one person. Only in the field of higher education, we could more often find such a separation. There you have the role of professors as subject specialists and tutors who support learning, who support the learning of the students in additional events. But that's a special case in the field of adult learning, popular adult learning. This is mostly not found like this. And we also found that all AL teachers are nowadays supposed to possess, at least to a certain extent, facilitation skills also in the virtual space. However, the experts also considered that the actual level of professionalism with regard to virtual facilitation was in most cases unsatisfactory. And the trainings that were available were often found to be rather short and to be focusing mainly on proficiency skills in using online tools, but less on pedagogical issues, for example, on how to employ these tools in a meaningful way. And we also found that the professional development in this regard takes place much through learning by doing, that is to say, in an informal way. So we also inquired about the specific task related to learning, to virtual learning facilitation, and we found many different ways to structure these tasks in the literature. But nevertheless, there was considerable agreement and overlap on the core content. So basically, virtual learning facilitators have to do some preparatory course planning work before the event. Then during the course, they have tasks like introducing the students to the course, structuring the learning processes, manage the course process and progress, creating and maintaining the atmosphere and motivation of the students, facilitating discussions and collaborative learning processes and knowledge building. They have to provide guidance and support to learners, and they also have to monitor and evaluate the learning progress, the process and the outcomes. And after the course, they still have to do some follow-up and management issues. So about the skills that are needed to perform these tasks, we analyzed all the answers and the literature findings, and we came up in the end with a comprehensive competence profile that was structured in 5 competence areas, and these again structured in 15 competence aspects. I only name now the areas to you. One big area was we called e-learning competence, and this regards basic understanding of conceptual, technical, and legal competences, concepts related to e-learning. The second area was socio-communicative and facilitation competence, considering the particularities of communication in the virtual space, which differs quite a lot from communication in the physical space, as we have heard before. The third aspect, which you might not be thinking of when you think only about online teaching, is professional awareness and adherence to adult learning principles. This is exactly as important as for teachers in the physical space, but often this important competence area tends to be forgotten when the talk is about online teaching, but it is important not to forget this. The fourth area is didactic methodical skills. Of course, as in the physical space, you have to know what methods and approaches to employ and why. And the fifth and last area is about managing, planning, and organizational skills, which you need to plan and conduct your courses and to do an appropriate follow-up. And this competence profile can be considered to apply to all subsectors of adult learning. So it is valid no matter if we consider vocational training, higher education for adults, popular AL, or other fields. But of course, we have to be aware that the target groups in the field of adult education are very diverse. So the ability to cater for the needs and expectations of your specific target group needs also to be there. And this is a competence which can be considered as part of the planning and of the awareness competence areas. So what are the options for developing these competences in the teachers? The experts agreed that there was a need for flexible, easily accessible, and inexpensive learning opportunities, as many teachers are in not so good economic situations, as we have also heard before, and this is the case also in the countries covered by FAVEL. The opportunities should focus on a beginner or advanced beginner level, as there was a particular need for further professional development. And regarding the didactic approach and format, there was broad agreement that online course elements are of course a must, because it is necessary for future online teachers that they can have the chance to experience themselves in the role of the learners, to be able to cater for the needs of their prospective learners in the future. However, many experts also said that they would prefer a blended format, including face-to-face elements, because this format and this medium would have a particularly positive impact on the development of the professional awareness and role awareness, because of the personal contact that is enabled in a face-to-face format, which allows also for more in-depth discussion. And I think this resonates also with the the remarks that Sophia made earlier before. So our conclusions from the research were, just to summarize, online learning facilitation demands a very complex set of competences which involves equally technical and pedagogical skills, which need not be forgotten. There is a high need for competence development and professional development in the AIL field with regard to online and virtual facilitation and teaching. Flexible training opportunities are needed for AIL teachers who wish to update their skills with regard to online teaching and virtual learning facilitation. And in view of a holistic professional development, this training for online facilitation can and should also meaningfully integrate also face-to-face elements. And furthermore, we found that as many teachers engage in informal and self-directed learning and have already acquired relevant competences, which are nowhere acknowledged, there should also be opportunities provided for these teachers to make their competences visible and to have them assessed and validated. So, and in the FAVIL project, we approached some of these challenges, and we developed an online course, a validation framework, and a planning app to support course facilitators in their work. And you can all see these products from the from the project homepage from December in this year. So if you're interested in them, I invite you to have a look at this. And with this last remark, I thank you for your attention. And we may have the chance to discuss this more deeply in the final discussion round. But now I would, with further ado, move to the fourth and last presentation in this session. And I give the floor to George and his colleague. George, please.
Yeah.
George and Achilleas.
Yes. Thank you very much, Susanna. First of all, I would like to say that what I'm going to present is work in progress. It's an exploratory research we've started with Achilleas 2 months ago, and involves so far 23 academics from the Faculty of Philosophy in the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And what we're doing basically is to look at the effect of what we call the graveyard effect caused by online teaching during the COVID pandemic. We're talking about 2 years online courses. Well, that happened in all universities around the world, but I think it's time to reflect on that. And I also think it's time to think about what crisis is all about. And when we think about a crisis, we instantly react as if we have to respond to it. Okay, but first of all, when we have a crisis, it's a very confusing situation. It's a very confusing circumstance. And what crisis actually does, it asks from us to take a step back and reflect and think critically on what we have in front of us. But this rarely happens. So what we as educators and academics do is we don't respond to the crisis really. It's not in our professional realm at all. It's the doctors, it's people who work in pharmaceutical companies, pharmaceutical researchers that do this task. So we have to deal with other issues. But then again, a crisis is not just a crisis, it's multifaceted. It's like an onion, and when you peel an onion going to its core, you know, you cry more and more each time you peel a layer. So this is all about peeling different layers of our own crisis. And our own crisis, as I said initially, it's not about COVID, it's about other things. So one of these things, it's what we're doing right now, okay? It's how we're affected from Zoom, okay? So in the last 2 years, our profession is affected by Zoom. And my question to fellow academics was, how possible is it to provide learning in a face and legend screen environment? Because normally in an academic environment, we're all used in different types of methods in our seminars, but also in our practical classes. Are there any pros and cons of teaching online? Because not all online is useful in the end. Learning amid tombstones, basically, it's a metaphor, as you can imagine, and relates more to accessibility, and teaching readiness. But on the other hand, what we're also interested with Achilles is look at the level of support and willingness for developing a new organizational culture, perhaps. A very important issue in this respect is also the relevant training and how it affects quality and what types of assessment do we employ. The graveyard effect, I think, is what happens to us right now. I mean, look at this event. How many people actually we know their faces? How many people have their cameras switched on? Okay, I mean, I counted 6 out of 30. Okay, that's a very low proportion. And of course, what are the limits and obstacles in investigating the effects of a crisis, not just COVID, of any crisis within our profession? So COVID basically was the beginning towards that direction. And if you look at that, when you look at this picture, all these are fellow academics. We know them, but at the same time, we don't know what's happening inside their minds. We see their personal space, but we don't know exactly where they are. So all these questions come to mind when you meet like this. And when we ask them how they feel about using Zoom, because Zoom was a platform that was used extensively, perhaps all around the world, but definitely in Greece. They said that although online education has grown over the past decade, because we're all not technology resistant, if that means anything at all, but we just see education from a different perspective. It has grown over the past decade, but the pandemic has taken the higher education sector by surprise. And it is true that universities have moved quite quickly, perhaps forcefully, okay, violently even, from traditional face-to-face to online teaching. However, they say that distance learning teaching adopted from the outset was anarchic and crude, disregarding the principles and guidelines of distance learning. So it all happened like that. We didn't have time to react. We didn't have time to make a pause, take a step back, and see what's happening to us. And this is very important, because if we don't see what's happening to us, then it's very difficult to assess what will happen to our students, what will happen to our classes, what will happen to our courses. Pros and cons of teaching online, of course, as I said, not online is useful. There are some pros, like time efficiency, okay? Or occasionally we see more of our students' home environments, where they live. Or some students, they ask questions that they normally wouldn't ask in a traditional classroom environment, out of fear of judgment from others. Also the chat function, okay, it's very useful, but there are also some cons, like teaching replicas of in-person classes in an online format. We didn't have time to adjust the material of our courses to this new situation. Technology goes wrong many times. And of course, it's miscommunication of expectations. We tend to have different expectations from our students, and the other way around, vice versa, when you teach face-to-face and when you teach online. And of course, the most important of all, forgetting about our well-being. Okay, being in front of a screen for 4, even 6 hours a day definitely affects you badly, physically, but also emotionally. So there is a strong need to adapt our courses to fit an online model and not just attempt to replicate the class that would have been taught in the classroom. Now, what is also important to consider in this respect is that, and that's why I use this metaphor, learning amid tombstones, is how we communicate, how we access our learners, and at the same time, what is the level of accessibility of our learners to us. Occasionally, I mean, I will show you the next slide. This one. This is the graveyard effect. This was like a daily routine for me. I was teaching to 40 to 60 students each day for 3 hours, and I was the only one with my camera on. So I didn't know the faces of my students. It was just like, you know, these black boxes with white names inscribed on them, and I didn't feel useful at all. I didn't know how they would react. I didn't know what they hear, what they listen. I didn't know how they react to what I'm saying. And this is extremely important because in this respect, I felt more expendable than essential. Whereas in face-to-face course, I feel more essential, not expendable. Also, another issue that was raised by my fellow colleagues was that this physical distancing, stuck the heart of the university as a community. The university, for all of us, is a community of people, basically young people, but it is also a community of knowledge. It is a community of research. Okay, we didn't see much of that, and of course, most of all, it is a public space. So there was nothing like that during this period of the pandemic. This neoliberal hegemony in Europe of recent decades has had as its main goal the dissolution of all the social dimension of the university institution and the transformation of universities on the one hand into privatized structures of educational services on the other hand, knowledge and science into the individual-centered processes. Individual researchers, individual students will operate competitively, pursuing supposed innovations, hypothetically excelling. This is what most academics tell us. In this sense, they also suggested that the pandemic as a real global problem offered an opportunity to accelerate the consolidation of this individualistic and fragmented view of science in the university. Believe me that many of our students spent 2 years of their studies. Normally, they receive their degree in 4 years. Half of their studies with online courses. What sort of knowledge did they receive about the university as a social space? Nothing. So, no universality, no universalium, from which universitas is achieved by isolated students in front of their screens with access to bibliographical resources only if they are digitized and, of course, free to access. This is a big problem. Another issue is that of quality in assessment. And I'm not talking about only the quality of our teaching. I'm talking about the quality of the support we receive. I mean, excluding the technical support, there was no other kind of support to us academics. There was no emotional support, for instance. ICT skills, yes, they're necessary. Most of us, okay, the majority, we do have ICT skills, But this is not the only prerequisite. We also need socio-emotional skills. They're extremely necessary in this occasion. Also, accessing new types of learning environments and new learning methods is extremely important for us. We didn't have any support in that. Practical training, but also students' practice was impossible. Relevant communication and networking among adult education professionals was also impossible. Dealing with students' expectations, but also their mischiefs in online learning environments, I had students taking snapshots or recording on their smartphones the whole lecture, uploading that after that on Facebook or in websites, wherever. This was unacceptable without our consent, but they did it. Okay? Why? Don't ask me, but we had many cases like that. So all academics finally suggest that quality adult education cannot be provided through content built outside of the pedagogical space and outside of human relationships between adult educators and learners. Just imagine my surprise when I saw myself speaking like that in a website, in a Facebook account. Okay? Okay, this is not at all good. So this is the graveyard effect, as I said. It's a metaphor, we use it, we call it the graveyard effect because it's like talking to graveyards, literally. Okay, talking to to tombstones. When you talk to dead people in a graveyard, you don't know if they listen to you. You just hope they do. Okay? So, finally, another issue that concerns us is the limits and obstacles in investigating essentially the effects of a crisis, not just the COVID pandemic crisis within our profession, because the COVID pandemic brought forward many different if you like, personal or professional crises, okay, plural. Successful and sustainable delivery of online programs requires careful planning, so it cannot happen on the spot just because somebody asks for it, okay? And of course, organization based on key parameters. As I said, we need to work a lot to build material that will be used in online courses. I mean, I worked with Maria Gravani for over 10 years, and each year we had to go, and Eleni knows that as well, we had to go through the existing material and reframe it, recontextualize it. Of course, this should be taken jointly with, within a single educational ecosystem, okay? Such an ecosystem should facilitate the creation of a digital educational community, if this is what we want, which will then support students in their learning process. At the same time, it will enhance their socialization and mental well-being. Unfortunately, the concept of such an ecosystem was absent from the distance learning teaching practiced by university. As for most, the new model of education was only a temporary response to the pandemic. Okay? It is therefore not surprising that the great online learning experiment, this comes from my fellow academics because they see it as an experiment, does not seem to have succeeded. On the one hand, students say they are cut off from the academic community and their fellow students, and they're generally frustrated by their entire educational experience. On the other hand, in a recent survey we actually performed in the Aristotle University, some senior executives from various other universities as well expressed concerns about the growing dropout rate. I mean, you cannot control if the students are there. They are connected, they might be connected, but you don't know if they're there, okay, if they're present, if they actually participate. But also about the mental health of students, the mental health of faculty and that of the administrators, okay? But this is something we can think of. Is this experiment completely futile? I don't know. And what can we expect in the future? I don't know either. we never expect a crisis to happen, and we're never ready for a crisis, any crisis. It happens, and then we realize how little we are, and if you like, how low equipped we are to respond to it. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay. So now this is the time for discussion. And I have here some questions from Sumia. She put them on to the chat. She says, I have questions for all 4 presenters. I enlist them in order of the presentations made. All of the 4 presenters are invited to answer. I would like to take this opportunity to seek some suggestions on the possibilities of dissemination of meaningful pedagogical practices among the educators of India. Okay. I don't know how much, I mean, this is my response, Sumia. I don't know how much of what you heard can be transferred in a different environment, in a different continent, with different needs. I think Maria Gravani said earlier, we need to put things into context. There are many different contexts. For example, I looked at higher education context in a specific higher education institution in Greece. Okay, it is the largest higher education institution in Greece, and this creates its own context as well. I also think that avoiding the learning experience of students online due to lack of meaningful pedagogical practice would be taken up by tablet module learning enterprises running on market logic. Interestingly, these enterprises are entertaining the idea of gamification, yes, as a pedagogical tool moved for educated students used recorded module on various topic subjects of learning. Yes, it happens already. Of course, this happens already, Sumia, but I don't know what your question is exactly. Is it good that it happens? Yes, I think it's good that it happens, okay? I mean, it's good that it happens because we can see how it works and we can be critical about it. Can the lack of educating educators manifest as in the extreme sense, making the job position of educators redundant, especially in the wake of our marketization of tablet learning in a heavy pace in India? Well, I don't know. I don't know what's the situation in India. I don't know what the future will be even in Europe. But from my own experience as an academic in a large university, as I said earlier, I hope not. Okay, because many problems will be raised if something like this happens. Just imagine a doctor or a school teacher being educated only from receiving text knowledge, so to speak. Only text learning. It's not enough. They need practice. They need practical training. How is this going to happen? Okay, so yeah, perhaps it will happen, but I don't know how successful it will be or how long it will last. I don't know what the other colleagues have to say about, you know, Sumia's questions. And of course, if there are any other questions regarding this final session, we're here to listen to them and respond to them.
I also had another question, but I hope I'll be able to bring it up coherent manner. So when the lockdown happened and when we suddenly had to move to the online way of learning, then one of our professor who was teaching us sociology of education thought of not taking any lectures via this online mode, and what he would do instead, he would send us notes, like written notes over emails,
as to how to go about taking up the course readings and how to then read it and also respond to it to him over emails. So he did that as a stand to sort of assert his that when we haven't had enough deliberation how inclusive this medium is in terms of getting people from across the country or the demography and then collaborate with them in order to produce knowledge. If it's inclusive enough and we haven't deliberated enough on this, then why would I indulge in it? But as it so happened, the pandemic prolonged, and eventually he also had to come and use this media in order to teach us. So this is one reflection that I have on how you emphasized on the idea of deliberating and how crisis and living the crisis makes it difficult because we are not certain of the ongoing process like that. So that's all I have to say.
Well, if I'm to respond to that, I mean, I don't know if I listened your question correctly because you were breaking, your voice was breaking at some point, but I suppose what your professor did might be efficient, but from my position and how I see things, what is efficient is not necessarily good for you or useful for you. Okay, so somehow we need to readdress this whole thing of looking at the benefits of using ICT, new technologies. Yes, it's good. I totally agree with that. But is this all we want? Okay, are there any disadvantages in that? Okay, so what I'm saying here is we need to see the benefits of both the technology and, if you like, I don't want to call it traditional, but this is many people how they call it traditional methods of pedagogy, of pedagogical teaching, of pedagogical performance. So we need to see the advantages of both. And of course, technology asks for access. I don't know how many people in media have access in all these technological advantages that you suggest. Okay, but Sophia also has a question. I think she raised her hand. Sophia, we hear you.
Yes, thank you very much. I think all the presentations were kind of interesting and they just all pulled together at the same topic that I would like to raise. But before I get there, I think I just want to respond to just what Mr. Zarifis just said, that access is always an issue, but access is an issue in traditional learning as well. I mean, referring to higher education, how many of us didn't have to move to another city and support for ourselves financially for 4 years to attend the bachelor? That's also
yes, I totally
it's also
agree.
like an access issue that traditional, like in a sense, traditional education has, like face-to-face education have. And I mean, of course, there are pros and cons. But what I'm been listening to and what I'm seeing happening is that this education is becoming more and more marketized in Greece, but also in Sweden. These are the two contexts that I kind of have myself. I've heard a lot of discussions about, especially universities, trying to introduce a hybrid model of online teaching and in-person teaching, because that supports two main economic functions, like the more students from different places can attend, and then less funding is needed for physical spaces like classrooms and buildings and infrastructure like that. So the cost somehow transfers to the learner rather than to the learning institution, and this seems quite an appealing idea for some universities, especially if we are referring to open universities. These are concerns that I've heard from people that are working in a higher education institution. So especially in Sweden, this type of hybrid model is already introduced. Like now we are getting back into teaching in the university, but like we're still keeping a lot of aspects of our teaching and of our work, like communicating with colleagues and having meetings on an online setting. I think that this seems to be, although we had like digitalization in our lives before, now this is becoming more intense, in my opinion. And what is interesting to see is how we perceive this as educators ourselves, because it relates quite a lot to expectations. Like when someone decided 30 years ago to become an academic, to get into research and into teaching, they had a very different idea of what teaching includes. Now, in a good or bad way, we are in times that we have to work quite a lot online. And this seems to be coming quite a lot for the future as well. So my question to the people is if you think that we have an identity change for professional teachers on the higher education level or an adult education level in general, and how do you think this type of different expectations that people had when entering the profession might affect the attraction to the profession of teaching? And I think that might be different to different countries. So if people can share like a little bit of the background where they're answering, that would be interesting.
Yeah, I can answer, but I don't want to be the only one who responds to that. Anna, do you have an answer or a question to Sophia's comments? I don't know.
I really have another comment on this very beautiful Sophia's comments. Well, to begin with, I have to admit that I support this combination of conventional and digital teaching and learning. Of course, we need some time, some years to adjust to that and to erase the pedagogical issue, which at the moment is not really present, because we have to do other things quickly and to respond to other needs. I just want to make something that I noticed without referring to the institute. I'm afraid that some of you faced with the same thing. What happened at the moment, and I hope this will change. Yes, the expenses for the institutions for the hiring of spaces, classes, paying the cost for the teachers living sometimes in another town for teaching. All these expenses, one would assume that will raise the salaries of the educators. Neither in the conventional universities or in the open universities happen this. In the conventional universities, the work is excessive in online education. It was doubled, and of course the salary was not doubled. So there are other issues, economical and political, that would get into the discussion that the research of this institution that Susanna Latke described previously must be explored, and they are already explored. So I don't like to demonize this digital learning, because there are many, many, many benefits. And I think that it wouldn't change my choice to be an educator or a teacher or whatever else, because it's a matter of communication, and the communication can happen even in an online environment. But on the other hand, I think that it is misused by the governments and the system in a way that supports, or it is supposed to support this new phase in education. And to conclude, even though in countries with good financial situation, for example, Germany, they had all these benefits in the lockdown, but still the schools and the universities, because I speak with other collaborators and colleagues, the problems were, they were faced with the same problems. The students were online, but they weren't really online. They've lost contact. The students were reluctant to do their homework. They had no motivation.
I get the picture. I get the picture. I have to stop you there because I think we hijacked Anya's time and there are students waiting for their own session. So I think it's a good time to stop the final session here. Thank you all for your presentations and your participation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, George. And thanks to everyone who has participated in this conference. I mean, compliments are to all of you who contributed to this. So I think it was a quite interesting conference and quite challenging. The fact that it was quite different from the previous conferences. Usually these conferences, the conferences of this network addressed to a small number of people, around 20-25, and it's very interactive conference. And so we work in teams, learning cafes. Hopefully, the next conference in 2 years from now, we will go back to the normal kind of form. It was quite challenging, having, the conference online, but we made it with the support of all of you. A special thanks goes to the IMASC students. I know it was quite challenging for them to be there, listen to the presentations and reflect. And I'm sure they've done good preparation, and thanks to Anya, who guided them, and their tutor, Pavlos Hatzopoulos, who has done work on them, the critical reflection course offered by the Open University of Cyprus.